Do you think there's more pressure, though, going into this?
Who has the momentum? Gilligan or Blackbeard?
Who's the GOAT?
Is it a must win for this pirate, or what?
Jack Sparrow. That's
Blackbeard's the GOAT for sure.
Pat, how's your singing voice? Could you give us a song on the seas?
It's unsportsmanlike.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention football fans, the season's heating up, and that means it's time for jaw-dropping plays, spectacular touchdowns, and memories that'll last a lifetime. So if you're looking to grab the best seats for all the excitement, Vivid Seats is your go-to playmaker. With an incredible selection of tickets and a game-changing rewards program, Vivid Seats is your ticket to every thrilling moment. Don't miss out. Experience it live with Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
You've been waiting, and now is the time. Golden Oak Lending has fixed mortgage rates at 4.875%. But don't wait. This rate won't last forever. Call today and take advantage of our low 4.875 fixed rate. Call 314-567-GOLD. That's 314-567-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending, cured my blues.
5.784 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
To understand what makes Diamonds Direct different, you have to understand our history. It goes back 60 years to a renowned diamond cutter overseas. From there came years of diamond cutting, manufacturing, and wholesaling, supplying exquisite fine diamonds only to high-end jewelers. Then eventually the wholesalers started selling direct to the public, and that started a revolution. Today, we are a global diamond powerhouse with hundreds of thousands of customers and an impeccable reputation. But our core values are the same as always. Our diamonds are the highest quality cut by the best craftsmen. Our prices are the most compelling. Our selection is staggering. Our warranties and guarantees are rock solid. And our people are laser focused on helping you find the diamond of your dreams. So as the story unfolds, as the revolution continues, we invite you to experience a jewelry shopping experience unlike any other. Born in excellence, rooted in determination, and thriving in passion. Diamonds Direct. Showroom hours, directions, and more online at diamondsdirect.com. Proud to call the Lou home. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Dear autumn leaves, you won't be covering roads alone this season. Toyota's lineup of cool, colorful vehicles is ready to ride by your side. Take on fall in a trail-tackling Tacoma or go for the powerful Tundra. Head to Toyota.com for more info or visit your local Toyota dealership today. Toyota, let's go places.
Why do the national tax resolution firms need the tiny fine print at the bottom of all their TV ads? Hi, this is Lance Drury with the Lance Drury Law Firm. You don't hear fast-talking disclaimers in our ads because the claims we make are 100% transparent. The Lance Drury Law Firm primarily focuses on one thing, IRS problems, and we're regulated by the Bar Association, and we have a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. IRS issues are serious legal issues. The Lance Drury Law Firm has helped thousands of clients navigate the best resolution plans, and we tell you up front exactly how much it'll cost. Tax resolution law is all we do. So before you send money to some out-of-town, high-pressure salesperson, give us a call at the Lance Drury Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Call today to schedule your free consultation with me, 314-260-6120, or visit lance.drurylaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
Clock in St. Louis. You are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome in to the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Timothy Michael McKernan, Martin Joseph, Kilcoyne, Jackson Bennett Burkett, Chairman Kurt manning the phone lines. Doug Vaughn is out. He is in a celebration and has been snorting rails for the last 4 hours.
Is that right?
Yep, that's where
I look to my left. There's no Doug Vaughn.
It's the only time you can look to your left for Doug.
Oh, clip that off.
Yeah, it's good material.
I like that. Did you write that out?
It's all written out here in Jackson's dossier.
Ahead of time? Oh, I have a beef with the dossier. So last night at about 11 o'clock, leaving the old Two Fox, I got into the dossier, or I thought I did. I like to add a little comment or a pretend guest. Not a surprise guest like Calvin May, but I'll put on there, hey, Mike Bush is going to call it. Hey, Trump will call it. I'll just put that in the list. It would not let me type on the dossier. And
Jackson has banned you from the dossier.
I feel like I was locked out of the dossier.
Jackson, have you banned Martin from your dossier?
I don't know if I have the capabilities to do that. The dossier has always been built upon a collective effort about people building up people and being included to add to it or take things away whenever someone feels necessary. So I don't think that I have that capability. If I did, I apologize, but I don't think that I did.
Operator error, you want to say? I tried to get in there and add some just kind of political jokes. You know, because the country's all together right now. I thought I'd make a couple of comments. And no, I couldn't get in there and do it.
Jackson has locked you out.
Collusion.
Very intriguing. We will have a full-scale investigation on that. I was able to get into the dossier this morning and update it. And throughout the course of the program, this thing will be flying today, Martin, because we got a lot going on with the Blues game last night, the Dylan Holloway situation. Amendment 2, it looks like it's...
Question mark?
It's passing, but we haven't got an official call from the Associated Press. You contacted the 2 Fox News desk, the Amendment 2 sports betting. It was up by about 70,000 votes, and the latest numbers I've seen are about 15,000 with a handful of votes out there. What do you have
our
from
executive
the
producer, Cassie Hall, texted me back and said KCTV out of Kansas City just posted that it has passed with 0.3%, but AP hasn't called it yet. They're still saying 97% reporting. On TV last night, Hancock and Kelly were doing their political breakdown. This is probably at 10:30. And Andy Banker said, where are we with Amendment 2? And it was leading, but it was real narrow. And John Hancock said, I don't think it'll pass because the rural votes haven't come in yet. And he was theorizing that would, take it down. That was the last I heard. This morning I saw it has a very narrow... Is there a margin for error, Tim?
Chairman Kurt is our pollster. He is over there with the map of upstate Missouri. And Chairman Kurt, what do you see?
According to KSDK, it looks like it's still...
Oh, I've never heard of him.
I know.
Never heard of him.
Fox 2's website was down.
So much traffic.
They're trying to edit the dossier.
Yeah, it's probably because I got online last night with the dossier. It took down the whole station.
Jackson's got viruses in there like my OnlyFans account.
But it looks like it's up. Yes is ahead by about 7,700 votes.
Yeah.
With 78% reporting.
No. Martin, let's get this thing across the finish line here.
Wow. I'm kind of surprised we don't have clarity.
It's
going down to the wire. Is Chairman at the magic wall? John King all night was at the magic wall. And I thought, in this day and age, with all the technology, is there and you don't really want anything to lead to more conspiracy or random thoughts that it's just not real. And then we have a guy at a magic wall. And I thought on the night of political discourse, can we just not call it magic?
Magic wall.
John, what do you have over there? Well, it's magic. I really don't think.
It's the magic wall that Chairman Kurt is analyzing.
Okay, he's at our local magic wall. I bet you Rich Gould is excited about that gambling thing.
I would imagine so. He is going to be in studio with us at 9 o'clock. Jeremy Rutherford is going to be with us at 10 o'clock. Jamie Rivers with us at 8:30. I listened to both Chris Kerber and Joey Vitale and John Kelly and Jamie Rivers' calls of the situation last night at the Enterprise Center. That's something as a broadcaster you're not really prepared for. Rarely do you get something thrown at you like that as a broadcaster, and I thought all four of them handled it masterfully. An incredibly scary moment in St. Louis, Martin. this is the third time we've seen something like that in the last quarter century. Chris Pronger against the Red Wings years and years ago. Jay Bouwmeester, that was in Anaheim in 2020. And last night with Dylan Holloway. Take a listen to the call.
At the Jay Bouwmeester situation, and there's that puck in the neck that we referenced. And then he skates down the ice and misses just narrowly an opportunity there. And everything seems quite normal right here. Yeah, he starts to tilt his head.
And they have brought the stretcher out.
Yeah. Well, obviously hoping for nothing but the best here for Dylan Holloway. And hope it's nothing as serious as we are watching right now.
That's Jamie Rivers and John Kelly reacting to something that, you know, when Bouwmeester and Pronger went down, it was a lot different than what took place with Holloway last night, because when he got hit, he still completed his shift and then went to the bench, and Toropchenko calls Ray Barilli over, the Blues trainer, and he immediately tends to it. Then they begin to clear the bench and bring a stretcher out to take him away and eventually to the hospital.
Kudos to the production of the Blues broadcast, because they had an ISO cam on Holloway. You can't have a camera on everybody, but his entire shift, they played it back. He gets hit in the neck. For those who didn't see it, the puck is flying at him, clearly throat, neck area, and then is on the ice skating, or actually had a shot on goal and was out there for maybe, 20 more seconds, and doesn't hit him figuratively until he gets to the bench, and that's when the stretcher comes out. I remember interviewing Panger for one of our podcasts, and we talked about the Bouwmeester. It was like a month later, and I think he almost started crying while we were talking about just being in that moment as a broadcaster. And, of course, Panger's position down by the bench, he said, you know, you're almost too close to the scene. And, you know, a lot of the discussion after the game was, hey, you won. How did you get through it? And they asked Drew Bannister if he told the team, and he said, you really can't. He said, because I don't know anything. You can't tell him he's going to be fine until you find out more. But it was really bizarre just because he looked like he was okay.
Yeah.
That's what made it so bizarre. You know, it doesn't matter bigger picture. The Blues have had so many injuries. This would just be another one. But number one is his health, his well-being. And it was a scary situation. It's such a cliche sports guy thing. Hey, and then the second period, scary situation. But it really was first period.
And, you know, so I'm monitoring both the election coverage and the Blues game, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, number one, is he going to be okay? Because, again, that was a different set of circumstances than the Pronger and Bouwmeester one. I'm not saying one was worse, one was better. It was just different, and in a way, scarier. And perhaps that's prisoner of the moment, but because he did finish the shift, and then all of the sudden, he's like turning white and kind of like fading away on the bench. But then, if indeed his teammates do not know what the status is, they finish off the first period early and then add those minutes on to the second period, how will the Blues go out there and play? Just as harsh as that may sound, that's now what they are charged with doing. The Lightning jump out to a 1-0 lead. The team is now down Dylan Holloway, already dealing with Thomas and Broberg, and they're playing a really good team. And here is what they do. They respond, to their credit. As a matter of fact, it's their fifth win when they were falling behind, as you call it, Martin, chasing
the game.
That's exactly right. And they're able to come back and win it and do this all despite what took place at the end of the first period. It's a hell of a win. After losing on the road to three lesser teams, they come back to St. Louis, dealing with Robert Thomas, now dealing with Broberg, now dealing with Holloway, and get that win despite what took place with Dylan Holloway and the mindset the players and the coaches had throughout the course of that scary situation. Here is what Drew Bannister had to say following the game to try to explain to fans and media what that moment was like.
And I think the only way I can put it towards you guys, if you're at work and you get a call and, you know, one of your family members is sick and rushed to the hospital, and, you know, Holly's a family member. That was tough. I thought we, as a group, showed a lot of fortitude in the way mentally, being able to push through that, because the easiest thing to do is your head goes somewhere else. But we were able to get updates on Holly and kind of put our minds at ease a little bit and refocus ourselves. From what we heard, he's doing well. He's conscious and he's doing well, so it's a good sign.
Yeah, I think the Blues tweet last night was alert and stable local hospital. Something about Bannister, this, almost a year now, he's just extremely sincere. I know that he's not, entertaining at the podium, but he's always very sincere. He'll answer every question as clearly as he can.
He's credible.
And I just felt like he's never going to try and snow you with anything. I think he's just going to give you an honest answer, and he seemed to me like a coach who was still a little bit rattled by what he saw up close.
I agree with you. And the follow-up question to that exchange right there, I think it was Jeremy Rutherford, but I might be mistaken, asked, what did you tell the guys in that first intermission? And he goes, well, I didn't tell them. Oh, you have that? Okay, take a listen to it.
I can't address them until I do know something. I'm not going to go in there and tell them something that is not true. So until I have information that I can share with them, which I did later after the break, I was able to share the information and then just, talk about the game and what we needed to do better at that time.
God bless. I mean, I respect that in a major way. He's navigating a real fine line. You've got a player, scary moment, which we keep using, don't know what else to call it, where guys see their teammate go down like he went down, again, after finishing his shift. And then he's removed from their bench on a stretcher. Now you got to go out and play a game as well, and he's not going to sit there in the intermission and BS him. And that's an incredibly important moment of credibility from a coach. And what does he say? I'm not going to say something to him because I'm not going to lie to him. I think that's the best way to handle it, and an illustration of what I think is good leadership.
Yeah, he's down, and his team is down 1-0 at that point, and then they score the next 3 goals. So as a team, they clearly responded. Another Bannister thought is when he comes in, think about being in that position. You're replacing Berube, right? I mean, think about what Doug went through on this show. I mean, you're stepping in. And he comes in
promo
to take that role and not be insecure is what stood out to me. Now, how the Bannister era will be remembered, I have no idea. Will they win a bunch of playoff games? I don't know. But I will say I've really appreciated the fact that he's not insecure. Anything Berube comes up, he's good with it. Like, he gets it. Like, he knew him pretty well. You're always going to be in the shadow of Craig Berube. And now twice early in this season, you've had to face him and feel all that love for that coach. And I think he's done a really good job of not letting it bother him. Like, he's the coach of the Blues, and Berube was here before him, and people love him, and it doesn't get to him. And we've seen a lot of coaches, different sports, who are extremely insecure, and that just sort of undoes everything. And I really respect him for not letting that be a factor.
Yeah, I think it's played a role. I think it played a role in the downfall of the Rams. I would imagine that's one of the people you're thinking of. Am I correct?
Probably, yeah. I was trying to think. I have my insecure rankings at 947.
Martin will do Mount Rushmore of insecure coaches.
Okay, name one coach if you just need him to be extremely insincere. That if it depends, your family's life depends on it. Go.
That's at 946.
Completely different. What a difference a week makes. Huh?
Rich Gould will be in studio 9 o'clock. Jamie Rivers coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. What he saw last night, again, I thought he did a hell of a job along with John Kelly, Joey Vitale, and Chris Kerber in that situation. And then Jeremy Rutherford will be with us. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, email of the day at 10:45. There is your captain's log here on the Morning After, which is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen is local. Ed Herman in studio with us from Brown and Crouppen yesterday. Andy Crouppen in studio with us last week. They are a longtime sponsor now of TMA for more than the last year, and they have committed to the next year, and we are very grateful to have them on board. They are fans of the program, and they are local. Don't you want a local law firm who knows the local environment if you are in need of Brown and Crouppen services? That's an important distinction. Give them a call at 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcruppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about it on TMA. Brown and Crouppen is a part of our community. They value it. You're going to get great service and great results. They're the winningest and they're the kindest with a strong voice for their clients. True advocates. Call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcruppen.com and let them know you heard about them on TMA. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. You are welcome to call in to the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service text line is open for you to participate at 314-399-9646. And both YouTube chats are active this morning. The 101 ESPN YouTube chat where you can watch the show and talk with the listeners throughout, and the TMA STL YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA STL. Chairman Kurt at the Magic Wall monitoring the news on Amendment 2. We have some finality on that, and we will give you the results on the other side of the break. Somebody just got better at teasing. What?
Here we come. Yeah. Mid-market homoerotic sports radio. Number 1, maybe?
Possibly. We were big in the HD2 rankings. Let's see where we are in the next poll. We'll have the Amendment 2 results for you on the other side of the break. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
The St. Louis Blues are back on ESPN.
Shoots, he scores!
Tomorrow night, Blues at Utah. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7.
The wait is over!
The quest for the Stanley Cup happens here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN.
Gutter Shutter, the best gutter with a cover by Woods. Get a free gutter and cover estimate at woodsbasementsystems.com.
Craving a fiesta for your taste buds? Welcome to Rosalita's Cantina, your ultimate Tex-Mex getaway. Indulge in their mouth-watering tacos, queso-smothered burritos, and the best chips and salsa imaginable. Dine in on their beautiful patio, majestic bar, elegant dining hall, or grab it to go. And don't forget to check out their location at Enterprise Center. No game or concert is complete without nachos and a margarita. Rosalita's Cantina, where the sunshine never ends. Learn more at rosalitascantina.com.
Hard time getting approved? At Dream Nissan Midwest, if you make $250 a week, you are approved. Guaranteed. That's right. Guaranteed credit. It gets better. Free lifetime warranty with every new Nissan. Limited time. Brand new Nissan Sentras. Just $49 a week with lifetime warranty. Just $49 a week with a lifetime warranty. Visit DreamNissanMidwest.com today.
Dream Nissan, putting your dreams in your driveway.
101 ESPN is your home for Blues hockey. And every month during the season, you can register to win tickets to an upcoming Blues game. Enter to score free Blues tickets now at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 app. Brought to you by Ted Drew's, serving original frozen custard since 1929. Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, vacationing in the Hamptons. Jackson's family, Martin, has had a home in the Hamptons. That's 3 generations now, I think?
Yep. This is the 3rd one. I'll be, I guess, the 4th.
Right.
Has anyone ever been to the Hamptons? I know you guys have a place. You have been there.
Yeah, I mean, my mom.
Are you being serious about?
Yeah, my mom.
I thought Tim was doing a bit.
Well, I'm always doing sketches and bits.
But in this case, bits.
I don't have a home there, but my mom's from Long Island, so we've gone.
And that's why Jackson
there.
looks down on those of us, Martin, who grew up in St. Louis.
Hey, I'm going to the lake for the weekend. Whatever.
I'm going to be with Billy Joel. And that's what Jackson does.
I don't touch the lake. I've tried that before. No, I'm saying I don't touch the lake discussion. I've done that before.
Oh,
no, that's
been burned?
That'll be edited.
Oh,
yes,
have I been burned?
Coach Kornfeld, call in, big lake guy.
He is a big lake guy.
And every time you talk, he goes, "Oh, I'm a big lake guy." He always says that within 2 sentences.
Yeah. Well, I support that. I don't support him cutting me from the.
I don't know. I think it was a downturn for the whole program.
Thank you for saying it.
SLU hasn't been the same athletically since they cut.
He can't even get it out.
The curse of Timmy being cut.
Doug wets himself anytime he hears about me being 5'2" and 100 pounds on the depth chart before I was cut from the freshman football team. And how can they overlook somebody who's 5'2" and 100 pounds? I set you up for it, deliver.
I feel like it may have been an insurance issue, like a liability. They feared for your safety. They feared you might be injured.
Good for you for avoiding the low-hanging fruit of saying physically they just overlooked you.
Thank you.
Yeah, more of an insurance.
Yeah.
Jimmy, that's probably what it was. They were just concerned about lawsuits later. I want to bring up something random. I know we have a lot to get to, including Rich Gould hopping mad at Dan Orlovsky.
The strangest tweet of the day, and considering it was election day, that's really saying something, but it was Rich Gould pissed at Dan Orlovsky over a Nick Sirianni take, and Rich will be in studio with us at 9 o'clock. What in the hell was that? Can't wait to hear from Rich in studio, 9 o'clock here on TMA.
I told you on the show that Rich Gould is really good friends with Sirianni's dad, and that Nick Sirianni, the Eagles coach, actually tweeted out a picture reading Rich Gould's book to his kids. And somebody actually tweeted back and said, Martin, you were right. He's buddies with Sirianni. I said, hey, you listen and learn, buddy. Listen and learn. So Rich says to Orlovsky, go piss up a rope.
What a great sentence.
And I'm like, I haven't heard that as
It's
a
really
line.
good.
Because I guess Orlovsky was critiquing Sirianni, and the Eagles are 6-2. They won 4 in a row. And Rich said something like, they've done nothing but win, pal. Go piss up a rope. So we will have a Hot Take Wednesday with Rich Gould. We may talk foosball and Mizzou hoops with Gary Pinkel, but Rich Gould here.
Talking Nick Sirianni and Eagles.
In the 9 o'clock hour. But this other deal, people keep either emailing or calling Fox 2 about Nolan Arenado. On Sunday, I think I told you, I got an email. A guy said, why aren't you reporting on Arenado's retirement? And I said, I'm sorry, did I miss it? He said, I read online. I wrote the guy back and said, where are you seeing this? He sends me back the link. And I could tell it was one of those ones, I don't think I should click on it and take down the entire station. But I could see the byline of the author, and I looked the guy's name up, and he was some Nigerian fella that had a Facebook page. I thought, this doesn't seem too credible. So I let it go. Yesterday, I come off the set. My colleague, Daniel Esteve, is sitting in the sports office. He said, hey, some guy just called, and he was yelling at the sports department for not covering the plane crash involving Arenado. I said, what is going on?
What in the hell?
I said, what is going on? So there's something weird where people are, I think they're reading it places. I don't think the guy calling and yelling was making it up. He saw it somewhere. So there's all kinds of weird crap flying around about Nolan Arenado. All I have said is that he'll be traded, Tim. I have not said he's going to retire.
So you're of the opinion that he will be traded, but Sonny Gray and Contreras will be back.
That is, that's what I would like you to take to the bank.
That's your parlay. Wow.
You take it to the credit union to get a credit union. Take it to the credit union.
I would short that, but I feel like you got intel. That's the thing. So I'm gonna stand down.
I might have been at the magic wall.
Yeah. Chairman Kurt's magic wall has Amendment 2 results, and we will have that for you momentarily. Talked Blues, the Dylan Holloway situation, the comeback win in the first segment. You miss anything on the program, you can always go back and podcast the 101 ESPN app, and there is a specific TMA STL app to download. Those are presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. You are welcome to participate in the program. Watch the show at youtube.com, whether it be the 101 ESPN channel or TMA STL, and there are listeners in there chatting throughout the course of the program, and you're welcome to call into the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Mentality is a longtime TMA sponsor, and we are grateful for their support. We ask you to support the sponsors. If you're feeling like you've lost your edge, if your energy, focus, or drive is not what it used to be, it's time to get back on track with Mentality Health, your local experts in testosterone replacement therapy. Visit Mentality today at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. Your first step to reclaim your vitality. Enter promo code RISE upon going to the website. That's RISE when you go to lowtusa.com. If you're feeling sluggish and it's not just a 1 or 2 day thing, you've been feeling this way for a couple weeks, those can be an indication of symptoms of low testosterone, along with weight gain and muscle loss. Struggling to keep weight off or maintain muscle, testosterone levels could be the culprit. Let Mentality get you tested. I got tested at Mentality. You can do so as well. You're in and out within 20 minutes. Go to lowtusa.com and enter the promo code RISE. Mentality, TMA sponsor here on 101 ESPN. All right, Chairman Kurt has been monitoring the magic wall. This is what I've got. I was told by a listener in the text inbox, Martin, to check out Alex Gould on the Twitter tweets. Are you familiar with Alex Gould?
No, but he is good as gold.
Nice. Really?
is a really legit political inside amendment guy.
He is I gather, a sports talk radio host of Cody and Gould. Do you ever get a chance to listen?
Cody and Gould, I feel like they're in the Barrett rankings somewhere, maybe about 8th in their category.
At the Fan 96.5, he's a Rock Chalk Jayhawk grad, so Jackson will immediately discount it. You hear that sound?
Wow. That was a little dismissive. They're having a big year, aren't they, the Hawks?
Yeah.
So 96.5, is that in Kansas City?
96.5 is in Kansas City. Okay. And he has the following. All precincts are finally reported. These are the unofficial numbers. Yes, on Missouri's Amendment 2 for sports betting ends up winning by 7,500 votes. 1,469,866 yes votes to 1,462,380 no votes. 50.128% to 49.872%. How about that?
That's razor thin.
According to Alex Gould, a narrow win for Amendment 2.
Yes.
How about that?
I would have thought that it would pass by a larger amount. I don't know if because it is so thin, if there will be a recount. I don't know I know Chairman Kurt's monitoring things at the Magic Wall. Chairman Kurt, do you have anything from your sources at the Magic Wall on a recount?
I haven't heard anything on a recount, but I got my ears to the streets, and I will let you guys know immediately if I hear anything.
Yeah.
He's got his ears to the street. Yeah. That could be dangerous. I wouldn't put your ears to the street.
When I went to bed last night, it was under like 1,000 votes separating yes and no. It was crazy.
What time did you go to bed? I guess that's an important question.
10:30.
Really? When I went to bed, I think I went to bed at 10:30. It was up 60,000 votes.
Yeah, maybe it depends where I was looking.
Oh, wow.
I was like,
There's
Missouri.
only one choice for your election headquarters.
Fox 2. But Jackson says the website was down because his dossier's been infected with viruses.
I'm trying over there to make a joke about the election on my dossier. The entire website went down.
Probably because you keep opening these emails of Arenado stories, this fan fiction of Arenado.
I'm inundated by Arenado information, dossiers that won't open. There was the movement not that long ago to get this off the ballot. Remember, they said that it was illegally put on. So there is a group out there that may have the interest in appealing or recount, what you were saying about a recount, because we know there's a group out there that didn't want this even to be voted on. They could be heard. They may have their voices heard, Tim. And it's your voice, it's your vote.
Surprisingly, this wouldn't go into effect. Well, they're saying next December is the latest that everything would be set up. I would have thought that this thing would be ready to go, and I could go fire a bet on the under on Missouri, Oklahoma right after the show today.
Yeah, I originally thought that too. Like that.
I'll have to stick with my high school bookie.
Yeah, I know that the geolocation thing, where like when you're in Missouri and you open up one of your sports books apps and it says you're in the wrong location, you can't do anything. I thought they would just extend those fences out, but I assume because they're Illinois registered sports books that there's some sort of legality with that. I was seeing some, but maybe January 1st would be the earliest it could happen. It could go into effect.
Driver Rob has texted in, how did the Lake of the Ozarks casino prop do? Same as Amendment 2, question mark. That's for the Magic Wall. I did see that on the ballot, and my immediate thought was Ozark and Jason Bateman trying to get that pat. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
In Ozark, they had to push it through to get the Riverboat Casino built. It was part of their money laundering. That's what it looked like on the ballot. I thought, is this the Ozark screenplay playing out in real life? We'll get an answer to that. Driver Rob, we've asked our team to look into that.
Chairman Kurt, are you seeing anything on your Lake of the Ozarks casino?
Yeah, Amendment 5 did not pass.
Wow. Amendment 2, yes, by 7,000 votes. Amendment 5, a casino at the Lake of the Ozarks, did not pass. Look at this. Chairman Kurt's magic wall
on it.
is all over this information this morning. All right, Jackson, we have some big time news with Rich Gould coming in and his sideways situation with Dan Orlovsky. Hopefully Dan Orlovsky will be joining us to debate Rich Gould on the Nick Sirianni situation.
Kind of awkward since this is ESPN and Dan Orlovsky's on 12 hours in a row every day on ESPN. My favorite part of his appearances, they put on the screen, played in the NFL. That's what it says. Like with Tim, it says never played at SLU.
Correct.
When we put him on TV, we put underneath his name.
Cut from everything.
By Gary Kornfeld.
Cut from everything football, basketball, baseball, and now I come on the air and I opine with authority on what professionals actually
They probably respect that.
Oh, my goodness, they have to respect it. Doug Vaughn is vacationing here today, tomorrow, and Friday. What do we have? We have Rich Gould today, Jeremy Rutherford today.
Josh Schertz tomorrow.
Josh Schertz, Billiken head coach, in studio. Joey Vitale's going to be in studio tomorrow. Andy Strickland is going to be in studio on Friday.
Friends of the show.
We're just friends of the show. Doug always says ours is the type of program where friends feel like they can drop by at any time. And
but I'm going to set Joey Vitale straight. Yesterday, the great Calvin May called in. We had a fun surprise guest with the former leadoff man.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, was that Fernando Vina or Tony Womack? No. The leadoff man for LaRussa was Calvin May and those post-game press conferences. And he did have a long story that involved Butch Patrick, the great Eddie Munster. It involved Joe Madden. I blame Tim for the question because it really led to a long and winding road that got us to Wrigley Field.
Very vivid.
And I don't really remember how it ended, but it had something to do with Eddie Munster at Wrigley Field, which was big for the Cubs.
Yeah.
But as the story took a little while to evolve, Joey Vitale texted me, "Come on, man, land the plane." Some of Joey's stories kind of twist and turn, so I'm just.
So you're going to hold Joey accountable.
I
This
think
will be
it's
CBC on CBC Crime. I support that.
I think, and then I'm going to set a little clock over there. Jackie's got all the clocks for us here.
That's right.
I would like to set a clock.
Like Hugo.
Now, hopefully he's not listening, because I want to set the clock for 28 minutes. This is tomorrow in the 8 o'clock hour, before Sid Crosby is mentioned, okay?
Ooh, that's the over-under? Let me write that down in the dossier.
I'm going 28 minutes before Sid Crosby. Love you, Joey. Can't wait for that. Coach Schertz can give us an update. The Robbie Avila, the slew update about the ankle. They simply said it is a sprained ankle. It's going to be a couple of weeks.
That's the term, couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks. So who knows? It's ironic because it would have been a lot of fun on Sunday because they play Avila. Robbie Avila would have played Avila. They book a whole opponent just because of the guy's name, and now he won't be out there.
So help me, when I saw that, I'm like, oh, I guess that's a typo, just confusion. And then it turns out this is a real
The opponent?
NAIA score. Yes.
They are playing Avila College, which I believe is out of the Kansas City area. The great Zach Choate played soccer there.
Oh, wow.
My former
Thanks.
colleague at Fox 2. Zach was a big soccer guy. I offended him greatly, and I fear I will offend the soccer listeners of this program. But my son Carson was 7 or 8 years old, hated soccer, but I kept signing him up for it. So my wife called me at work one day, and she said, your son doesn't want to go to soccer. I'm putting him on the phone because I keep signing him up, and I'm not there to take him. And he's crying in the background. And I said, put your cleats on. We all hate soccer. It's just something we do. Get your cleats on. You go to practice. Listen to your mom. And I slammed the phone down because it was my desk phone. And Zach Choate is sitting 2 desks to my right, and he said, did you just say everybody hates soccer? And I said, and he played college soccer. And I said, well, you know what I mean. And he goes, no, actually, I don't. So Avila College is, in fact, a real school that SLU will be playing. Will they be playing Swope University because they have Isaiah Swope on the team?
And Buck Swope is, of course, the Milagro Tequila listener of the month, and I think he deserves a Swope jersey.
They could play Jimerson College. I mean, just to be fair, if you got all these guys on the team with their last name.
Diversify it. Stephen Wildwood, regarding Joey Vitale, coming to your side, Martin, says, I may have went to Vianney, but I was not dumb enough to reverse my vasectomy. Nice work, Joey. That's from Chairman Stephen Wildwood in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Caller Buzz, he won the Milagro Tequila Lister of the Month in June 2023, and he says, TMA is sports washing. I need more ass play.
That's in the, let's see, 8:45 segment, right before Uncle Rich arrives.
Right.
Well, actually, Bob Costas on retirement is at 8:45. It's not ass talk. I'm sorry.
Fluid dossier.
It's a fluid. I do want to hear Costas talking about retirement.
Yeah,
that sort of was under the radar
with Verducci. Yeah. Good interview, by the way. I thought it was a very self-aware interview. We'll have that clip of Bob Costas. Eli Drinkwitz talked about Brady Cook's situation. The line from Missouri, Oklahoma has moved substantially, and I mean substantially, in a matter of like an hour.
Their favorite big?
I'll have that for you. Wow. Coming up. Doug Vaughn is not here, but he still wants to talk about our 101 ESPN and TMA STL app sponsor, and that is Schaefer Door Company. Doug, what do you have to say?
Doug Vaughn here for Schaefer Door Company. You want to know how to spell Schaefer? I'll give it to you now. SCHAEFER. That's Schaefer Door. Their website is schaeferdoor.com. You have any kind of problem with your garage door, it won't go up, it won't go down, whatever. You think you need a new door, Schaefer Door can handle any kind of problem. They also have that special Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend for whatever reason. That seems to be when most of them go. And they've got a standby service there just waiting on Monday morning to field the calls and get somebody out there to help you. They've been to my house a couple times. They do great work. I'm going to give you the phone number now, 636-782-3608. That will get you the quickest response time, 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner, and their website again, schaeferdoor.com.
There it is, Doug Vaughn vacationing the remainder of the week, but we will have friends of the program dropping by. Jamie Rivers, 8 o'clock hour. Rich Gould, 9 o'clock hour. Rich in studio. Jeremy Rutherford, 10 o'clock hour. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. Eli Drakewitz on Brady Cook and his status for the Oklahoma game and the college football playoff rankings, perhaps giving Missouri fans some hope. We'll have that for you as the spread moves substantially on Missouri-Oklahoma. That's next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Coverage of 101 ESPN is presented by Under Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com. 101 ESPN's Blues Fan of the Week.
Congratulations to Stephanie Rowden of Peevely, Missouri. She was just named this week's 101 ESPN Blues Fan of the Week.
Submit your pick now to be the next 101 ESPN Blues Fan of the Week and take home a pair of tickets to an upcoming Blues game. Learn more at 101ESPN.com.
Hello, sir. Name, please. Occupation? Great. You could get approved with only $29 down at Frank Lita Mitsubishi in Bridgeton.
Is that a turkey?
Of course. We're talking turkey with event pricing and a finance approve-a-thon.
Wow, and every vehicle is just $29 down?
Yes, acres of new Mitsubishis and acres of pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. Just $29 at Frank Lita in the Automotive Outlet. He just got 0% financing. 0% on new Outlanders.
Lucky goose.
Turkey.
Oh, turkey, right. What about financing?
All you need is a job and $29.
You guys are awesome.
Yeah, well, we get that a lot.
Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer.
Frank Lita Mitsubishi in the Automotive Outlet in Bridgeton.
Yes, Lita.com.
You're such a ham.
#1 based on the National Mitsubishi Report as of 9/1/24. New 24 Mirage 19.3, 29 down, $320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR. Plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
Whether it's pro or college, the app to bet football is Circus Sports Illinois. Circus Sports, it's sports betting the way it should be. Circus Sports Illinois has high betting limits, low holds, and exceptional customer service. Bet on all your favorite teams in every game this season. Spreads, props, futures, or in-game, Circus Sports has it. Fund and bet like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Don't miss Banner Construction's pre-winter window event. Choose from energy-efficient brands and window price points featuring beautiful Pella windows and James Hardy siding. See Banner's work at bannerconstruction.com or call 314-569-1050. Have a banner day. Go!
Sponsored by Raising Cane's. Post Malone is teaming up with Raising Cane's to empower the next generation of artists. For a limited time, 2 exclusive double-sided Post Malone posters are available at Raising Cane's. So post up your combo at Cane's while supplies last and support a new cause. Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love.
Take the fast lane home weekdays from 2 to 6 p.m. with Anthony Stalter, Jamie Rivers, and Gary Davis on 101 ESPN. 2 former pros and 1 average Joe. The fast lane is driven by Scrap Mart Metals Recycling. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues win last night 3-2 over the Tampa Bay Lightning. Off day today. They'll be taking on the Utah Hockey Club tomorrow night right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m. The puck drops at 7 p.m. That was in their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Broadcasting live from the Car Shield Studio, this is TMA on 101 ESPN.
It's the Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne. Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. He has his own place, or is he using your family's place, Jackson?
He's using the family place. I just told him to lock the back door once he leaves.
Oh, boy. Did you really have to do that?
What?
By the way, how ironic. Doug Vaughn, the day after the big
work.
election, is headed to California to gloat.
Is that what this trip's about?
He's flying to L.A. today, believe it or not. That's where Doug is headed.
Jackson, there's a question for you. I didn't know that you were not on camera. Per the grease effect in the Air Comfort Service text line, is Libby Jack not on camera because his eyes are swollen and bloodshot from crying all night? That's from the grease effect.
Good one. No.
Uh-oh, that jab landed, and now they're going to pounce, Martin. I'm going to tell you, there's going to be roundhouses, and then there's going to be uppercuts. Eric in the Central West End might even show up in studio.
Feeding frenzy.
A la Rich from Maryland Heights. But Jackie's camera is more of a drone camera. His is up high.
Yeah, you aren't on camera, Jackson.
Well, when you appear, it's an aerial view from above high.
Which is not my best angle, and I'm trying to work out.
What is your best angle, boy?
I like to be top lit, but shot from below because it makes you look bigger. That's it's an old movie secret. You shoot someone from below, it makes them seem bigger. You watch a Tom Cruise movie, a lot of times they shoot him from below, so he looks bigger. And if you want to make someone look small, you shoot from above. But
that's what they're doing with me on the YouTube, I see.
The settings don't have it so that Martin's, Tim's, and my camera can all be on simultaneously. But if I were to add Doug in the mix, it would. I don't know the reasoning. But if you move to Doug's mic, then we can all be on camera.
I just don't feel like I don't want to be a problem. I don't feel like moving, and I feel like Rich Gould in the middle would be better. All
right, but
my only complaint is this thing is zoomed up my nostril, and yet you get the drone cam.
Yeah,
You want to switch? I'd be happy to.
I'll play this.
The drops. But I think the ladies in town would really like to see a tighter shot of me.
Oh, that's right. Let me get that.
They've been texting in.
They've been texting in. Yeah, the Baldwin Beer Bitch has been very active making that request, and that means you can see Chairman Kurt barely over Martin's shoulder, but you can count Martin's nose hairs.
I'm like the Yankee fan. Fox cameras zooming in tight. Tim, you mentioned Mizzou, and this is interesting.
Fight, Tiger, beat, Sooner. Fight, Tiger, beat, Sooner. Go, fight, win, Tiger.
I was doing a commentary last night about how it's Mizzou, Oklahoma, and even though it's not quite playing out this year the way you want it, it's still Mizzou, Oklahoma. And
6:45.
And I was going to add in, it's not often that Mizzou is favored to beat Oklahoma. That was going to be part of my punchline at the end, and just like say, come on, your Tigers favored over Oklahoma? How often does that happen? So then I looked it up. Oh, it's not happening. No. They're not favored.
They were favored by as much as 4. That's what I've seen. Then Eli Drinkwitz did his press conference yesterday and made it clear that Drew Pine would be the guy if Brady Cook can't go. The Colonel's read on the situation is Brady Cook isn't going. Otherwise, they'd be saying he's trending toward playing. And so the line has now shifted 7 points, and Oklahoma is -3. The total, this has to be one of the lowest totals on the board this weekend in college football, is currently at 41.5. It opened at 43. It's dropped 1.5 points. Friends of the Feather in Las Vegas are expecting a low-scoring game. And candidly, with the forecasts, Martin, this is a delight for you. It'll probably be in the low 50s and rainy at kickoff.
You met Coach Griggs yesterday. Robert Griggs, Mizzou alum. He is really optimistic. He told me it wasn't going to rain. Oh, boy. He does see the bright side.
Are you thinking about the excuse to get out of going?
Boy,
that's your tell.
Kids are kind of allergic to rain.
Is that
Yeah, they got a thing. Take medicine for it. No, I'm looking forward to it. Haven't been to Faroe as a fan in quite a while. So it's a big Blake Craig game, I feel like. Could come down to.
Do you think there's going to be like a 6-3?
Craig
12-9.
I mean, with that forecast and those offenses, that 41.5, maybe do a sweetheart teaser and get that up to 51.5 and then just put it in a million different games. Oh, it sounds very juicy. I'll have to talk to my high school bookie and see if he'll allow me to do that.
Did you watch the Drinkwitz press conference? I felt like he wasn't trying to lie, or like he can get cute at the podium, and I didn't think this was one. I think he was just honestly making a case for why Drew Pine could do a decent job. Instead of, I just felt like he was saying, listen, hey, the quarterback stuff, and he kind of went into a little bit of a defense of Drew Pine, which I took as he's planning on Drew Pine playing. And as the Colonel pointed out, it won't be official till Pete Thamel.
I think I'm going Thamel.
I say Thamel.
It's like that Richard Deitch
loves the WNBA.
Until the Pete Thamel tweet comes out tonight, it's not official that Brady Cook's not playing, but it did. I just felt like Drinkwitz was resigned to the fact that it would be Drew Pine.
Jackson, let's take a listen to the Missouri head coach.
Hopefully it was a learning opportunity. I mean, we put him in some bad situations, and we've got to protect better. We got to establish the run better, and we can't turn the ball over. So, look, quarterback is not a position without errors, and we've all had tough days at that position, but we have confidence in Drew, and Drew's practiced well, and our team's behind him if that's what it needs to be. But that's definitely not been decided yet. We can either choose to be victims or be relentless in our pursuit of being a better football team, and Drew's been relentless, being dedicated to his goals. When you face setbacks, finding ways to respond and grow from them, develop toughness, and be determined to meet the standard. And I think not only Drew, but JR, Brady, offensive line, running backs, wide receivers, defensive players, I think all of us have chosen we're going to be relentless and continue to improve as a football team.
He did say it was a toughness Tuesday. That's the thing, apparently. And I feel like we missed the boat because we're looking for something kind of cliche to grab onto, especially early when it gets some track. This show's only been around, what, a couple weeks?
That's correct, a couple
TMA
weeks.
is just launched. You want to have some things people can kind of grab hold of?
Like Ween Wednesday. Are you familiar with the band Ween?
I am not, but people are complaining that it is not happening, and I'm checking.
Jackson, why won't you play Ween?
You got Costas instead?
What? It wasn't like Ween or Bob Costas.
Oh, okay.
We can play Ween on the comeback.
But it is a toughness Tuesday, and I think we should adapt that next Tuesday. Let's just say, for example, Mizzou were to lose. It'd be a tough week, but we would have toughness Tuesday to get through it. Don't you think he sounds a little resigned?
Yes.
Because he can get on and sell it and be aw shucks and rare, and he can be a little more cocky. I felt that he was a little down.
I think that he knows what he's got. I was at the Auburn game. I was also at the Vanderbilt game. But even with Brady Cook, it's not like the offense was singing throughout the course of this year. But during that Auburn game in particular, it was alarming. Watching in front of me so you could see some things that perhaps weren't shown on television, how bad Drew Pine's throws were. It was alarming. Then you saw what happened in Tuscaloosa. The drop-off from Brady Cook, who I think would acknowledge has not had a good year comparatively speaking to last year, but the drop-off from Cook even this year to Drew Pine is so staggering that it moved a spread 7 points. Sweet mother of mercy. I mean, this isn't like, Cam Ward going out for Miami. This is Brady Cook. I think I hurt Brady Cook before the injury against Auburn and then the injury to his hand against Alabama. I don't think he was right. Now, he said he was, but I just didn't think he looked like the same guy. I know there are some Missouri fans who share that opinion. Despite all of this, the college football playoff rankings come out last night, and Missouri's ranked 24th. And when you see that, Illinois not ranked, when you see that, you go, okay, I mean, if they rattled off 4 wins, which I'm not expecting at all, would love to see it, can they get in there? Martin, you are the non-emotional Missouri fan on this dais. Chairman Kurt's a big Missouri fan.
A bunch of fanboys over here.
Jackson's a thing, and I am a fanboy as well. I'll start with you. Do you see a road to get into the college football playoff, seeing that Missouri is ranked 24th?
They would have to win out to do that.
Goes without saying.
So you're saying if they went out somehow, let's say they win every game 12-10, but they get to 10-2.
I think they're probably going to need some aesthetics with those wins as well.
Yeah, I don't think there's any shot of getting into the college football playoff, even if you run the table. We knew that going into the year. You got to win one big game. They had the 2 biggest ones. They didn't win.
And they didn't just lose. They got blown off the field. I do think and that matters,
optics for sure. No, I don't think they have any chance, and I think they kind of know it, and that's where it's a challenge for Drinkwitz when this team, not every program in America is thinking college football playoff, but this team believed they were in that conversation, and they sold it, and they believed it. And I think to be 8 games in and realize it's not happening, how do you keep the guys fired up?
I couldn't agree more with that assessment, much less the receiving corps that certainly has not had a good year, knowing who they're going to have throwing a ball to them in wet conditions, most likely on Saturday night. Against a defense that isn't as bad as the team's record and narrative is right now. The reason Oklahoma is dreadful is because their offense is so bad. Chairman Kurt, you are, I think, the biggest fanboy on the dais. Do you see a road for the college football playoff?
No, I mean, even if they went out and things fell a great way, I don't see how you could legitimately think they have a chance when your best wins would be Vanderbilt and I guess at that point South Carolina. Even teams with 3 losses are probably going to have more signature wins, and I don't see a path.
Jackson.
No, I don't see.
Wow, all right. Wow, I thought there'd be something.
No,
if Brady Cook was fully healthy, maybe. But with Drew Pine under center...
Well, I'm operating on the premise, though, that they were to go undefeated the rest of the way, which I don't think is something that any of us really believe.
Sure, but operating under that still, they don't have a signature win, and they have bad losses. So there's going to be plenty of 2-loss teams out there, certainly with better resumes than Missouri.
In Oklahoma, with their 4 losses, it's Tennessee, is it Texas, Ole Miss? Like 3 of their 4 losses, they're ranked opponents, pretty good opponents. I know a lot of those were at home, which Boomer Sooner, they still say Boomer Sooner.
Boomer Sooner, that's correct.
Not real happy there.
Oh, no, they had.
But
what a turnout they had for the main game this past Saturday.
But I'm saying if you look at their losses, they're pretty respectable opponents. So they do have the 5-4 record, but maybe that's a little bit of the point play here where it's going in their direction. Do you call it point play? I just did.
They also have some kind of ugly wins against some lesser teams.
No, I'm not propping them up.
No, I know, but I think they only scored 16 points against Houston. They won 16-12. Lost to Tennessee at home. They were able to win at Auburn, 27-21. I think that's when Auburn fans feel like they got away. Got blown off the field by Texas. Got blown off the field at home by South Carolina, and they were done 21-0 in the first quarter. Lost 26-14 at Oxford. So there is Oklahoma's season in a nutshell. An opportunity for Missouri to get to 7-2 and then potentially have Brady Cook back against South Carolina and maybe have reason for some hope there. But the college football playoff thing, I was just surprised that they were 24, candidly. Happy to see it as a Missouri fan, but I don't know what road could possibly get them in to one of those at-large spots. Doug Vaughn is vacationing today, and he still was able to tell the people about our phone line sponsor, and that is Collier & Thompson.
Doug Vaughn here for Collier & Thompson. Collier & Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets and appliances and countertops in the business. They just do fantastic work. The owners there are Carolyn Beard and Bob Strada. They've both been there for more than 20 years now, and they've assembled a fantastic group of designers and contractors. They have the best people in town. They've got the plumbers. They've got everything. You don't need to go to 5 or 10 different places to get one room redone. Collier & Thompson has all those people right there in-house. Service and quality is their number one priority. If they did a job years ago and something goes wrong with it, maybe a door comes off a hinge or whatever, you need caulk, Matthew, the service manager and appliance installer, will go back out and help you. That's how they do it at Collier & Thompson. They want to make sure you are completely happy with what they do, and I'm sure you will be. Collier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is. Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. That means Jamie Rivers will be joining us coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Rich Gould in studio in the 9 o'clock hour. Jeremy Rutherford in the 10 o'clock hour, along with our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. A scary moment at Enterprise Center last night, but the Blues were able to compartmentalize it and come back despite what took place with Dylan Holloway. You'll hear from Braden Shen and Oscar Sundquist, who got the first goal for the Blues last night. Shen with the assist on the Cairo goal. That's coming up. Jamie Rivers with his perspective from Side coming up in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. This is the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour on TMA 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN. Everywhere you look, that's where we are. On your radio, online, on your mobile device, and in your app store. Search the 101 ESPN app now in the App Store or Google Play.
More time watching sports, less time waiting on hold. Go to carltoninsurance.net today.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Lowe's knows you want to get even more value for the holiday. That's why as a My Lowe's Rewards member, you get new member deals every week on everyday essentials, tools, and more. And you earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards to help you save on holiday and more. Not a member? Join for free today at Lowe's.com/MyLowe'sRewards because Lowe's knows deals. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
To understand what makes Diamonds Direct so different than other jewelry stores, you have to go back 60 years, when a diamond cutter became well known for his exceptional craftsmanship. His diamond cutting business flourished for decades. Then his sons got involved and started selling these exceptional diamonds to upscale jewelry stores here in America. After a few years, these wholesalers decided to change the game and started selling these precious diamonds direct to the public at the same prices they had sold to the jewelry stores. The no middleman concept became an instant success, and Diamonds Direct was born. Today, Diamonds Direct provides that extraordinary value to people all over America, leading the industry with the highest quality diamonds that still come straight from the best cutters, offered at the guaranteed best prices, period. Diamonds Direct, a truly revolutionary concept with a unique history, rooted in quality, committed to excellence, and always focused on value. Proud to call the Lou home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Meet Sumner One, your go-to source for all things office technology. We're proud to be one of the largest independently owned providers in the region, with 11 strategic locations across 5 states. At Sumner One, we specialize in workplace solutions, enterprise print, production print, large format solutions, cutting-edge document technology, and more. Quality, service, and innovation. That's the Sumner One advantage. Visit us online at sumner1.com. That's SUMNER1.com. Sumner One, welcome to the one place where everything works.
Don't settle for trading your car, truck, or SUV at a dealership. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Baldwin, that's sellmycarstl.com.
Want to take on some legends of TMA? Then nominate yourself to be this month's TMA Listener of the Month. And if you win, you'll get recognition and other stuff. Give us your name, a photo, and other pertinent information at TMASTL.com. The TMA Listener of the Month Club, quenched by Milagro Tequila. Welcome to a brighter side of tequila with Milagro. Find out more at TMASTL.com.
This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
There you go, Jackson. Martin, welcome to Weed Wednesday on TMA.
Not on the dossier.
Well, it's a living, breathing document like our nation's Constitution.
Except I can't get in and
you've been blocked out. That could be the end of the alliance.
I really don't think I did anything to create such a...
Probably operator error. It's my fault. So this is a wean. I'm updating my notes here. This is a wean. Oh, by the way, Fox 2 alerting me now that the Secretary of State... Missouri, the website is reporting that all precincts have reported, and it does, in fact, win by 7,000 votes. Amendment 2.
Amendment 2
is now
passed.
Official.
There it is.
That
Sports betting will come to Missouri on Ween Wednesday here on TMA.
Where were you when Amendment 2 passed?
7:57 on November 6th, 2024. The morning after is officially reporting I can leave my high school bookie and his terrible live betting app. Nonetheless, welcome into the program. Jamie Rivers coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Rich Gould in studio, and he's hopping mad at Dan Orlovsky or Nick Sirianni take.
I just sent him a passive-aggressive text that said, "You good on directions?" Because I sent him everything yesterday, but it's now, 8 o'clock. I just kind of want to make sure.
You think he might be asleep?
I just want to make sure. We used to do this Monday Night Ram show, and Orlando Pace was a co-host along with Aeneas Williams, and we did it at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Kirkwood. And every Monday I thought, well, what if it's a live show? I said, what if they don't show up? So every Monday at 5 o'clock, I'd text Orlando, need me to grab you a water or a soda? And every time he'd walk, he goes, you thought I wasn't coming, man. You just is that what you're doing every week? And I said,
I like the play, though.
I would just say, no,
I think that's the right play,
do you want me to grab you something? And if he didn't answer, I'd say, they've got a special on wings tonight. Just conversation that hopefully led to confirmation that he was, in fact, on his way.
I respect that. That's a really good move.
I think that's a good strategy.
So next, I'll say to Uncle Rich, want me to grab you a pastry? Just to see if he responds.
Some Danish?
Yeah, Rich Gould.
Oh, he says, all good. $270 on my left. Okay.
All right, here
he's
he
got
comes.
it down.
He's locked in.
Because he's pitching this book, I'm telling you, he's available on the circuit.
Is that right?
Yeah, he'll probably walk down the hall and do Billy and the Beaver or whatever. I mean, he will do the full circuit. What do they call it? The car wash at ESPN?
Oh, I like that.
That's what they call it when you go in the building and you do every show.
Absolutely, the car wash. That's correct. You could do the car wash here. You could do the Riz show, do Courtney's program.
He will. Where's that bull? I like that country music. I'll stop. Anybody in there? I'll talk to them.
Casey at WIL.
He'll talk to them.
All right. Well,
I met AD yesterday.
AD, KC95. He'll do that as well. It's all
what
there.
do you got? You playing Judas Priest? That's fine. Let's talk about my book. I'm telling you, he's all about the book. He's writing a second book.
Oh, he's got a sequel.
I don't want to save it. Save it for the 9.
Amendment 2 passing, and we talked in the first segment about what took place last night at Enterprise Center. Jamie Rivers is going to give us his perspective coming up. He's at 8:30. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? All right.
Mm-hmm.
Here is what Braden Shen and Oscar Sundquist had to say about what took place, and then the team's reaction to Dylan Holloway's injury and exit on a stretcher from the bench into the hospital last evening in the Blues 3-2 win.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things you don't want to be a part of. Been through one of them, and thankfully he's okay. I'm not the guy to give updates, but we do know he's doing okay, and just a freaky accident, freaky thing that happened, and like I said, glad that we got good news, and he'll be fine.
As soon as we heard he was okay, and we were kind of talking in the locker room that we're all of us in the same boat emotionally right now, and we got a job to finish for him and to get 2 points, and after a game now we can start shifting all our focus to him.
That's Oscar Sundquist there. At the end, he got the Blues' first goal. Shen on the assist to Jordan Kyrou. Kyrou with back-to-back games with goals after not scoring for a while. He leads the team in goals and points, and the Blues are now 7-6, having beaten the Leafs and the Lightning, 2 teams that are expected to be in the mix in the Atlantic. And the Blues are sitting here at 7-6 without Robert Thomas, without Broberg last night, and then the injury and scary situation with Holloway. Considering where things were following the losses to Montreal, Ottawa, and Philadelphia, and then knowing that you were going to be without Broberg, already without Thomas, I kind of felt like things were on the brink. And instead, to their credit, they have bounced back with what I think Joey Vitale called a greasy win last night on the Curbside podcast, of which I'm a loyal listener.
It was a great win. Tampa Bay, their record's not great. That's still a really talented team. And you're down 1-0. They're chasing the game. They still come back. 2 goals second period. That's the period after Holloway went off the ice. So even more to their credit that they were able to rally a bit there. And then Binnington passes Jake Allen on the all-time wins list for number 2, chasing down Mike Liut, who happens to be his agent, which is sort of strange. It's amazing how many Blues goalies that were here that were really good, Curtis Joseph, Grant Fuhr, but just weren't here very long. Yeah. Because Binnington hasn't been around that long, and he's going to be the all-time wins leader. Jake Allen being on that list sort of surprised me.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Wow, Jake Allen's third. He was second all-time in Blues wins.
That stunned me when I saw that Binnington had tied him. Now he passes him. Jackson, I know you monitor the Blues closely. Again, the top 3 Blues netminders wins?
Liut, Binner, And then Jake Allen at 3.
Oh my goodness!
What about Reinhard Davis? Where is he?
Was he the one who didn't pay attention?
No, that was Roman Turek. And no one got him from out back at the loading dock.
Where's Manny Legacy fall on that list?
Well, he had an unfortunate incident tripping over the red carpet for Sarah Palin. Was that a Kings game in 2008?
I think and it was blue carpet because somebody's avatar, I think, was Sarah Palin's blue carpet because they rolled out blue carpet for Sarah Palin, and then Manny Legacy, the goalie, tripped over
I can't believe that reference got any traction, much less you advanced the story.
Back in the day.
16 years ago.
Maybe it was
blue
my
carpet.
avatar for a while.
That was your avatar.
Legacy coming in at 12, by the way.
Thank you.
Look at this.
That was quick.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Chairman Kurt, the magic wall.
Do you think you could name the top 5? So Blues with Fuhrer and Cujo and Fuhrer weren't here very long, but they played a ton of games.
Do you have the answer to this?
No,
We're going to be crowdsourcing.
No, I'm just talking out loud.
Chairman Kurt, you do have it. Okay, so we know it's Liut, Binnington, Allen.
Cujo and Fuhrer. Who else would be in that
I would
mix?
guess
Brian Elliott. Oh, I'm going to put Brian Elliott.
I like Kid Els. I'm going to go Cujo, Kid Els.
I'm going to go Fuhrer.
I don't think he was here long enough. All right, Chairman.
Cujo at 4.
Yes.
Fuhrer 5. LZ 6.
Wow, we were all over it, all around it.
Guy I haven't heard of at 7. Greg Millen.
Good for you.
Oh,
back in the day.
There it is. Welcome to the 101 ESPN Text Hell with Jackson.
It's a comfortable place.
Who's this guy that didn't know about Greg Millen?
It's fair. I think they just heard you on 92.3.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Hey, the boys are yelling down there about Greg Millen. Why are they yelling about Greg Millen? Back to the Garth Brooks in just a minute.
We close out the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour at 8:04, which is the TMA brand. Munganess online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. That's Jamie Burkhardt. Man, I am a Jamie Burkhardt Lemming. Sent me an incredibly kind text about the program now on 101 ESPN yesterday afternoon, and that is where I've been going to get my cars. My family gets cars. My sister got her car there about a month ago. My mother-in-law got her car there a few months ago. I recommend it to our listeners wholeheartedly. If you want me to make an introduction, just email me, tmckernan at InsideSTL.com, or you can just use the number that they give out to call or text because they are super accessible to our audience. And that number is the following, 314-252-0029. 314-252-0029. It's Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Even if you didn't get your car from Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, get it serviced there with Ryan Seiberg in that service department. It's Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour sponsor here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. That means Rich Gould's in studio in the 9 o'clock hour. Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Jamie Rivers back with you here, and it's time for another jersey giveaway. This one is awesome. Justin Falk home jersey. Beautiful to add to your collection. You're absolutely going to love it. All you got to do is go to 101ESPN.com or 101 mobile app, register to win, and the winner must be 21 and older, and our giveaway is courtesy of Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
This is Corey from Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Insulation. There's never a good time for your heating system to stop working. If yours does, no matter what time or day, Air Comfort Service offers 24/7 emergency HVAC service. Contact our award-winning team for 5-star heating service and stay in your comfort zone. For heating and 24/7 emergency service, contact Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Insulation at aircomfortservice.com. That's aircomfortservice.com.
Are we waiting on your little pill to hit home base?
No, I got a chewable. It works faster.
Oh, so we can get naughtier sooner?
And longer.
Victory Men's Health has launched VictoryRx.com. Get prescribed our #1 ED medication. It has the combined power of Cialis and Viagra in a chewable tablet and better absorption. It's easy. Get a consultation on VictoryRx.com and your ED chewable. VictoryRx.com, where men's sexual health matters.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. St. Louis Blues hockey can be heard exclusively on 101 ESPN. Get the the info you need before and after every Blues game with the First Community pre- and post-game show.
First Community Credit Union, calling St. Louis home for 90 years and powered by Scott Lee Heating Company.
TMA is broadcasting live from the Car Shield studio on 101 ESPN.
And welcome back. The Morning After, coming to you live from the 101 studios. Looking out, beautiful sunny day. The sun is out today. That's because Rich Gould's in studio. JR, Jeremy Rutherford, coming by. Is he in studio, Jackson? My dossier does not open.
I don't believe he is, but you never know. JR just kind of drops by sometimes.
He's like Kramer.
Yeah, he is.
He just kind of walks through the door.
And we always are happy to have him.
Okay. Hey, Tim, welcome to the show.
This is ridiculous. For real. I mean,
we're going to need some more time for Timmy to use the restroom.
How long was that break?
That was like 90.
I mean, this is just.
seconds.
I mean, this.
Well, I took a 20. We just needed to regroup.
Almighty.
You didn't miss anything. I was just resetting the show. That's all. I did ask Jackson in the break, we're a little off our game in terms of the log. I kind of want to hear the Costas audio. Are you okay with that?
Sure, damn, whatever.
Yeah, okay.
That's the upside of the fluid dossier.
Okay, because I feel like we're not going to get to it later. Although Rich always has a funny Costas story. Every time we interviewed him, he said they would flip the light, the photographer's light, and he said, I'll tell you, 3-4 times in a row, he said, Bob does this thing where he covers his face. I get it. I took the Lindbergh baby, because the light was so strong, like he's under examination. Nonetheless, this is Bob Costas.
When did it occur to you that this might be your last year calling baseball?
Not might. I knew for more than a year that this would be the end of it. You and I discussed it about a year and a half ago, and I felt that I couldn't consistently reach my past standard. There might have been individual games or stretches within games or moments in games that were just the same as if it was the 1990s or the early 21st century, but I couldn't string enough of them together, and I have too much regard for the game, for the craft, and for whatever my own standard has been to hit beneath my lifetime batting average, which is why I'm grateful to the MLB Network for replaying the sounds of baseball, because players have this advantage over people in almost any other profession. My guy, Mickey Mantle, hit well below his lifetime average his last few years. But even a kid who never saw him play can go to Baseball Reference and see what the career was like. And I just felt like in the last couple of years, I couldn't quite reach that. And what I hope for this year, the people I worked for knew it, and a few other people knew it. I just hope to end on a grace note.
I appreciate the self-awareness. I appreciate the straightforward answer.
Yeah, I think it hit him hard, a lot of the critique. Now, he's making it clear that this decision was before all of that. It came out of last year's playoffs where he got a lot of criticism. And then
the Royals-Yankees series.
And then sort of reacted to it. I heard him on Bill Maher's podcast during the offseason, and he said, hey, I had a rough go with, I didn't do a good job. And Bill Maher's like, what are you talking about? You're the best. You're the greatest, Bob. He's like, no, I just didn't do a great job. So I think this has been in his head for a little while. So even though it was his decision, and nobody's going to tell him to leave, I think the fan and media critique probably got to him a little bit. Like, I don't need to keep doing this. If people are just going to hammer me all the time, it's time to walk away. He is 72. He looks like he's about 52. So I think you're right. I think he wants to kind of leave his resume looking pretty good, and if you keep doing it, then it starts to ding the resume a little more.
I wonder how aware he is of the criticism.
I think he was, because, again, I feel like I've heard it other places, but I know in the podcast, he and Bill Maher are good friends, and I know on that podcast he talked about it, like how he wasn't doing a good job, and he never said, well, Andrew Marchand wrote this. He didn't quote anybody specifically, media or Twitter. You're right. I mean, he's not sitting on Twitter all day or posting on his Instagram. I think he had a flip phone up until like 2 years ago. So I don't think Bob is monitoring social media, but I think enough of it got back to him that he was aware that there was a lot of people saying he didn't do a good job, and because at least in that one venue, I did hear him talk about it. So, but according to him, it was well over a year and a half ago. He kind of knew, but he could have quit at any time. But he's right. His resume is unbelievable. It's probably no fun when you're really good at your craft. Like Al Michaels is a unicorn. I mean, he's like 78, and he still sounds exactly the same, and nobody hammers him. Maybe people aren't watching.
Oh, he caught some hell. He caught some hell for Thursday Night Football
for
in that
being
Jaguars-Chargers playoff game. Yeah, for being disinterested.
Okay, but different than saying you're just not good anymore. I think it's a little different. People were mad at him for checking out, as opposed to saying you're just not good at your craft anymore. I don't know. Splitting hairs there?
No. I'm trying. I
thought they were mad because he just didn't care.
That's accurate on Al Michaels, and he sounded disinterested. And I think that was also the criticism, to an extent, on the Costas critiques for the Royals-Yankees series. But also, Royals fans felt like he was going out of his way to be supportive of the Yankees. And then I think he was mocking the dimensions of Yankee Stadium and a combination of things. But then I think of other broadcasters who did it well past, both Costas and Michaels' ages, and they were revered. I felt like
they were in older years. You're saying that did their
these
job.
Are baseball broadcasters more often than not. I mean,
on the national level,
but that's the thing. That's where I think for a local broadcaster, specifically with baseball,
Harry Carey, Mike Shannon, you become even more revered the older you get. It doesn't matter how
Vin Scully, Ernie Harwell.
Bob Uecker's still going
Lyle
strong.
Hamilton, Bob Uecker at 89, right? If I'm not mistaken,
he's 90 or 91, I think.
It's so that's why when I hear this thing about Costas and his age, that really surprised me. But to Bob's credit, in that conversation with Tom Verducci, there was transparency and a great deal of self-awareness. So I couldn't respect what he had to say anymore.
He told me in the past, podcast or radio interview, that he always felt he could have been a really good baseball announcer, but that he just didn't do it enough. He said the guys who do it day in, day out, you get really into a rhythm. And he said, I would do a game of the week for NBC. And in the last 10 years, he's probably done, 30 games a year. He said it's really hard to step in there and be good at it without doing it on a consistent basis. I think the critique or the people that are mad at him online in the last few years have been, it's too many history lessons talking about the old days.
Pontificating
or referencing players from the 50s or 60s, and I think that was the number one critique. Maybe a little bit of Bob's political views have also clouded how people view him.
Jackson, you're nodding on that.
Well, he's been very outspoken. I mean, seriously, I think some people just don't like him anymore because he's been very outspoken in his political beliefs, hasn't hidden those, and I think some people then don't like him calling their game.
Jackson, do you think that's affected you now that your Twitter handle is now Libby Jack?
Right. No, it hasn't. The thing with Costas with me is that whenever I hear him calling a playoff baseball game, to me he sounds like he's calling it on the radio and not on TV. Like, I don't know.
What's the difference in your
Is this
mind?
static? Is there a buzz like that we have with the microphones?
No.
Is it similar at the TBS level, the MLB network?
It's very descriptive of action that I can see on the field, as opposed to like a Joe Buck model, which is very let it breathe kind of. And that's how I always feel like, and he never kind of changes tones. I'm not saying his inflection's bad. Bob Costas is one of the greatest broadcasters to ever live. But some about it just feels more radio than television. And in the MLB playoffs, when stakes are the highest, that's not what I would be looking for. So I get some of the criticism, just a little. I still love Bob Costas. When you call the Spirits of St. Louis, you're always going to be good in my book.
Marvin Barnes.
So it goes back to basketball.
Yeah, always goes back. This guy's trying to groom us. That's what he does on this program. It is the Fisher Window endorsed our 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. Jamie Rivers is going to join us coming up at 8:30 and give us his perspective on what he saw. He and John Kelly, along with Chris Kerber and Joey Vitale, did a hell of a job in a tough spot last night during the Dylan Holloway incident. He's coming up at 8:30. Rich Gould in studio. The great Rich Gould in studio in the 9 o'clock hours. Jeremy Rutherford in studio, 10 o'clock?
That I don't know.
Nice job.
We decided he's like Kramer, that he might just bust through the door.
Yeah, he'll sometimes just text me an hour out. He's like, mind if I come in studio? Yeah, JR is always welcome. Literally any time.
Absolutely. We go from Bob Costas, his legendary career and self-awareness, to something that Martin really respects and loves about our industry, and that is #Radio Wars. We have Radio Wars audio. There's nothing like good Radio Wars. It was kind of hackneyed in the 1980s. It's great to see it brought back in the 2020s. We will have that audio as Radio Wars coming your way here before Jamie Rivers joins us at the bottom of the hour. Design Air is the sponsor of our email today, which you can participate in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air, official HVAC provider here on the Tim McKernan Show podcast and longtime sponsor of TMA. As a matter of fact, the longest running sponsor on TMA is Design Air Heating and Cooling. Seth Goldcamp and his team pride themselves on taking care of me and Doug and Martin and TMA listeners. For the next 10 days, according to my phone, we have highs in the 60s until we get a high in the 50s, 59 though, next Thursday. But eventually, the winter weather will arrive. Make sure that your heater is ready for it and get it tuned up now for the cold weather months. Go to designairservice.com. Support TMA sponsor, the longest running TMA sponsor, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Seth Goldcamp and his team will take great care of you. No upselling going on there. He's fourth generation, prides himself on that legacy. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, taking your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Radio Wars audio in Boston, where a guy is really thrilled that a guy got fired. That's coming your way next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
It's time for another moment in Blues history.
On this date back in 1993, the Blues would beat the Edmonton Oilers 6-5 in overtime. A back-and-forth game through the first three periods as Edmonton would score, then the Blues would tie it up. Doug Crossman, Brett Hull would score back-to-back goals in the second period for a 3-1 lead as Jason Arnott and Shane Corson would tie things up. Then the Blues would score again as the Edmonton Oilers would tie it up, then take the lead. Third period, Craig Janney would score the equalizer with 12 minutes in to the third period. And then in overtime, Ron Sutter scoring his second of the season, 15 seconds in to cap off a Blues win.
This date in Blues history was powered by Classic Air Care, making people comfortable since 1926. For all your HVAC needs, ClassicAirCare.com.
You might have heard Doug Voss and Safe Money Radio. His shows have been on several radio stations for many years. Now he can be heard every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. on 101 ESPN. He is super excited to get to the ESPN audience as he is a huge St. Louis sports fan. Doug is an expert at minimizing the impact of market volatility on his clients' assets. So catch Safe Money Radio every Sunday at 10 a.m. on 101 ESPN. Doug Voss is a registered representative. Securities offered through D.H. Hill Securities, LLLP, member FINRA and SIPC. Craving a fiesta for your taste buds? Welcome to Rosalita's Cantina, your ultimate Tex-Mex getaway. Indulge in their mouth-watering tacos, queso-smothered burritos, and the best chips and salsa imaginable. Dine in on their beautiful patio, majestic bar, elegant dining hall, or grab it to go. And don't forget to check out their location at Enterprise Center. No game or concert is complete without nachos and a margarita. Rosalita's Cantina, where the sunshine never ends. Learn more at rosalitascantina.com.
Hello, sir. Name, please. Occupation? Great. You could get approved with only $29 down at Frank Lita Mitsubishi in Bridgeton.
Is that a turkey?
Of course. We're talking turkey with event pricing and a finance approve-a-thon.
Wow, and every vehicle is just $29 down?
Yes, acres of new Mitsubishis and acres of pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. Just $29 at Frank Lita in the Automotive Outlet. He just got 0% financing. 0% on new Outlanders.
Lucky goose.
Turkey.
Oh, turkey, right. What about financing?
All you need is a job and $29.
You guys are awesome.
Yeah, well, we get that a lot.
Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer.
Frank Lita Mitsubishi in the Automotive Outlet in Bridgeton.
Yes, Lita.com.
You're such a ham.
#1 based on the National Mitsubishi Report as of 9/1/24. New 24 Mirage 19.3, 29 down, $320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR. Plus tax tag title to qualified buyers.
Open up your 101 mobile app for your chance to win free tickets to El Monstero, playing multiple shows this December at the pageant starting December 19th. Presented by Weber Chevrolet. Tickets for El Monstero, the definitive U.S. Pink Floyd experience, are on sale now. But we've got your chance at winning free tickets to one of the shows. Get entered to win now either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Oh, Jackson's switching it up now, Martin.
Is this something you put together at home?
The remix album, Kid Cudi,
instrumental.
2009, 2010, day and night.
Is this EDM? Would you call it EDM? No.
Hip-hop.
Hip-hop, sorry.
Yeah, you kind of got dismissed there, didn't you?
Wow. Put in the corner. Kurt, move over. I'm getting put in the corner.
Kurt left.
He'd had enough.
Well, that magic wall is
Yeah,
not
he's
working.
on the magic wall. Welcome back. It's TMA, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. This program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons at Jackson's parents' place for the remainder of the week. Chairman Kurt will take your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And Jamie Rivers will join us coming up on what he observed last night as Dylan Holloway had an incredibly scary moment during the Blues game, and Jamie was right there to translate to the viewers what he was seeing. So we'll talk it over with Jamie Rivers coming up. Rich Gould in studio at the 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, and Jeremy Rutherford in the 10 o'clock hour, along with our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Martin, there's nothing you love more than radio wars. Some of the greats in our industry have made it a bloodlust case to try to fight other people in the
There's nothing better. There's just nothing better. Rams Park was
a hotbed. That was like the Octagon.
It's like a
in
neutral
the 2000s.
site, I guess, for two of the matches, the bouts.
Just phenomenal. Well, it's going on in Boston now. Jackson, what's the background on this?
So this is between Fred Toucher.
Toucher and Rich was the name of the show.
Yeah, Rich Schurtenlieb.
Martin?
Question mark?
That's kind of Schurtenlieb is what I'm going to go with.
We'll just call him Rich. Toucher and Rich.
So Toucher and Rich, that was the name of their show. Ended. It broke up last November.
What happened?
I don't know. It was after
show prep ass.
17 years. 17 years.
Wow.
On Boston's 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Yeah.
And
what are the two stations there? The Sports Hub and WEI?
Because they always had Tom Brady and Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
I did a couple shows there during the World Series in 2013. That's quite the hub. EEI.
And then Schurtenlieb was laid off on Monday from iHeart's WZLX, less than 6 months after his new show launched. And so yesterday, Toucher, the kids would call it smoking on that Schurtenlieb pack.
I'm sorry. Smoking on the what?
Schurtenlieb pack. Basically dancing on his grave a little.
Okay.
Let's
listen.
Here's the audio.
I'll tell you when I would not have said anything today is if I would have read the statement that he put out and it seemed like he had learned any humility. Like if there was any truth or humility, like he had learned anything from this experience. Like don't backstab your friends, don't be a snake, can talk to people to their face, don't lie about how you got into a situation. But there was no transparency, and it's just still the same garbage. It's everyone else's fault. It's no one else's fault. It's everyone else's fault. You know, lies. Like, it's just nonsense. And you know, I can't imagine he gets another job in the market, so I'll never talk about him again.
Wow. That was in. Exclamation point. That sounded like a Toughness Tuesday in Boston. Took him down. Has Rich responded to Toucher's comments?
That was Toucher.
That was Toucher. They were
Rich.
17 years partners.
Yeah, my goodness.
Wow.
Yeah,
calling back.
So
what am I writing about it?
So Schurtenlieb put a statement yesterday. And then that was Toucher's response. So I don't think Schurtenlieb has responded to Toucher. He doesn't really have a platform
you like
anymore.
to say Schurtenlieb, don't you? It's Rich and Toucher. So
Toucher and Rich was the name of the show.
And Rich was bounced. Toucher was mocking him. Was the statement something that would have triggered that is what I'm trying to get to.
Jackson, do you have Rich's statement?
You know, it's very long, so I don't think I should read it.
Well, can you paraphrase?
Yeah, thank you.
And on the fly? I'll try my best.
Martin's getting frustrated. Martin joined my alliance with Chairman Kurt.
I don't think that's an unreasonable request.
Yeah, this guy's just focused on the NBA restart
It's
tonight.
a 4-page. Oh my God!
Wow.
It's a four-page statement.
Read the first 2 sentences and the last 2.
Nice,
Let's
Martin.
see if we can get. That's kind of how I did my homework in high school.
Fire up, CB.
When we launched the show at the end of May, the plan was simple. We would take the month of summer to build chemistry with the new cast, and by fall and football season, we would be close to sounding to what our vision of the show would be. However, just over 2 months into the show, management decided to alter the format. Wow. I loved this show, and I loved our listeners, and I already miss you. Cole and Rich.
Okay. Those were the first 2 sentences and the last 2 sentences. I feel like we got the gist.
Yeah, he was mad at management. What was the format? Did they have another sports talk station?
That I don't know. I think I don't know if he was at a sports station that he got let go of.
Nice show prep ass.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
Can you clip that off?
The morning after 101 ESPN.
You guys are
McKernan, Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, and Jackson Burkett. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. That's 7 to 11 on 101 ESPN.
Now, format changes can be tricky. Smash, the great Smash, invited me in on his show 20 years ago. And I'm walking down the hallway. It was the station's over by Union Station.
Yeah.
And I sat down with him, and I was just jacking around, just telling stories. Just like I thought that's what we were doing. He's like, all right, buddy, but let's get back to the politics of the day. And I was like, oh yeah, and I kept saying like, smash, buddy, what about those Rams? And I didn't realize it was a political station. And then and apparently overnight Ronald Reagan had died. So he comes out of a break. I'm like, hey, you know that one time, Smash, you and I were at spring training? He's like, yeah, buddy, but we better talk Ronald Reagan first. And I was like, what? Like, what happened? It was all and nobody told me what I was walking into. I thought it was just Sir Smashington jacking around. We'll get some Ronnie Reagan thoughts here. Text in, Ronnie Reagan. That's a little Smash and Hadley combined, I think. It was a Smadley on accident.
Smadley impression.
I accidentally went from Smash to Hadley.
Oh, look at that. Look at this, look at that.
I'll take him. So Smash had done a format change, Tim. That was the point.
And then that's what Rich dealt with. And Toucher was, what was he doing again, Jackson?
He's on 98.5 The Sports.
I know, but you said he was like smoking.
Oh, smoking on that shirt lead pack. He had time.
On that shirt lead.
Chairman Kurt, do you understand what that means?
Yeah, I'm picking up what he's putting down.
And what does it mean? Explain that to Martin.
I think he's just celebrating his demise. Nice. Schadenfreude there.
Schadenfreude, all right.
But is it exactly stealing his cigs? Is that kind of when you're smoking on his pack?
No, I believe it's a cannabis reference. I don't think either. I don't know if either of them smoked cannabis.
Like he stole his bong, didn't share it?
Essentially, yeah. Well,
okay.
No, but essentially. Not only do I have to have a 20-year history of Boston sports radio,
you
I also need
to
also need to explain these terms.
Certainly was on a classic rock station for the record.
Okay. Thank you.
That's what
that
we're looking
was
for.
Tough to find.
Smoking on that Burkett pack.
Me. Jamie Rivers is not a fan of Jackson's work, and he's going to join us on the other side.
Why.
Yeah, exactly. What an indictment this segment's been. Jeff Lotman is a longtime sponsor of TMA.
Well, he was.
Yeah, maybe he'll poll after that segment. JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Yeah, JEFFLOTTMANN.com. If you are in the market to buy a home, if you are in the market to sell your home, I would recommend talking with Jeff Lotman of Compass Realty. Plus, they have Compass Concierge, where you can take your home buying or selling experience to the next level. Whether you're preparing to sell or want to enhance your new space, Compass Concierge has you covered. No upfront costs. If you need fresh paint, new carpet, light renovations, home staging, Compass Concierge has you covered. Unlock exclusive benefits like getting your home market ready without upfront costs. Increase your home's value hassle-free. Ready to elevate your real estate experience? Contact Jeff Lotman today to learn how Compass Concierge can transform your home. Go to JEFFLOTTMANN.com. He's been doing it in St. Louis for 20 years with $500 billion in real estate sales in St. Louis. So if you're looking to buy or sell a home, Jeff Lottman knows this market better than anybody you are going to find. Jeff Lottman, JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is called The Morning After. Jamie Rivers with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Coming up, Rich Gould in studio for the 9 o'clock hour, and Jeremy Rutherford in the 10 o'clock hour, plus the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Coverage of 101 ESPN is presented by Under Law Injury Lawyers. GetJim.com.
TMA brings you the third annual TMA Trivia Night, Friday, November 15th at Tim's alma mater, St. Gabe's, starting at 7:30. All kinds of trivia, including sports, entertainment, St. Louis-centric, TMA round thrown in there too. All hosted by the guys from TMA. Get single tickets, tables of 8, or anything in between. Tickets are on sale now and cost $50 a person. Portions of the proceeds will go to St. Gabe's. Ticket includes food from Heavy Smoke Barbecue, plus beer, canned cocktails, and seltzers from Show Me Beverages while supplies last. Please drink responsibly and feel free to bring your own food and beverages too. Find out more at TMASTL.com.
Underdog is the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. That's Underdog, and here is what they have going on for you. This season, Underdog will be running a special promo or bonus almost every single day, like Profit Boost, where you can pump up your winnings in just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries, and discounts where you'll get adjusted projections on certain player stats to give you a better shot at a big W, and free picks. They're basically a sure thing. A player just has to get higher than 0.5 for that selection to win. Plus, all new users get a free pick. Download the app, sign up with promo code PARTY, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code PARTY with Underdog. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Anthony Stalter back with you for Auto Center's Nissan Herculaneum. They got their Black Friday sales event going on. It's through December 2nd. Low financing rates available right now, like 0% APR on Pathfinders. You're going to love the Pathfinder, by the way. We love it in the Stalter household. We love the fact that it's got the third row. The mileage is perfect on a lot of the pre-owned vehicles that they have at Auto Centers. That's how we found our Pathfinder. But they got Rogues, they've got Sentras, they got Altimas. They got 0.9% APR on Frontier, plus no payments for 3 months available on select new Nissans. Look for massive Black Friday dealer discounts upwards of up to $10,000 off MSRP on select new Nissan models. Over 700 new and used vehicles all in one location. It's the largest and best used selection in St. Louis. You're bound to find the perfect vehicle to match your lifestyle and your budget. New Nissans also come with their complimentary maintenance plan, plus a 30-day return policy. Check them out online at AutoCentersNissan.com and in Herculaneum's Auto Centers Nissan.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 50% off all windows and 0% interest for 5 years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Men, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, Paramount Men's Medical Center will get your sex life back in just one visit. Their painless, breakthrough medical treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments will restore your sex life regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. Plus, you'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients will have their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To regain your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
Don't miss Banner Construction's pre-winter window event. Choose from energy-efficient brands and window price points featuring beautiful Pella windows and James Hardie siding. See Banner's work at bannerconstruction.com or call 314-569-1050. Have a Banner Day.
Go! Sponsored by BOS. A dream vacation, the ultimate wedding. When life-changing moments call for bold purchases, you need a bank like BOS. They can help you plan ahead and save, so you can seize the moment with bold confidence. BOS. Bank boldly. Member FDIC.
You can now watch 101 ESPN live on our Air Alliance Team Studio Cams. Catch every show live on our YouTube channel or at 101ESPN.com. 101 ESPN Studio Cams.
Presented by the Air Alliance Team Heating and Cooling. Getting the job done quickly, correctly, 100% of the time.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. No NBA games last night, but I still got news for you. Joel Embiid will be suspended for 3 games without pay for shoving Philadelphia Inquirer columnist Marcus Hayes Saturday after their loss to the Grizzlies, the NBA has announced Tuesday. That was their SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Inside the Car Shield studio, you're listening to TMA on 101 ESPN. We're talking everything St. Louis Blues as we head into the Blues booth on 101 ESPN. Presented by Boardwalk Hardwood Floors. Find your perfect new floor at boardwalkhardwood.com.
It's the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. And Chairman Kurt monitoring the Callier and Thompson phone lines. It's the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Rich Gould going to be in studio with us for all of the 9 o'clock hours. Doug Vaughn is vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons. I think it's Southampton, Martin, if you get a chance to go up there.
Tis. Right in the sound.
Yeah, this guy's old money. Jamie Rivers has no patience for this song and dance. He crowned him Piddles, and Jamie Rivers is kind enough to join us here on the program. Morning, Jamie.
Hello, Jamie.
He gone. He's had enough.
I hear phone noise. Hi, Jamie.
Hello, boys.
Hi.
There we are.
Hey, there we go.
3, 2,
hit the wrong
1.
button again.
I think it was Piddles. Piddles is having a tough 8 o'clock hour, Jamie.
Damn it, Piddles.
Cut that off. I need to use that as a drop throughout the course of the broadcast. Jamie, I'm being sincere here, and then I'll go back to slap and tickle, but I thought you guys did a hell of a job on the broadcast in a really tough spot. There's nothing that can prepare you to deal with what you guys were dealing with and playing out live in front of you. It's a combination of incredibly scary, no information, and you're witnessing it with a concerned eye as somebody who played in the league and trying to convey to the audience what you're seeing, all while maintaining some semblance of responsibility to not overreact. Take us through what you observed last night at the end of the first period.
Yeah, what a wild moment that was. And thank you, Tim, for that. But, Dylan Holloway, he takes a shot up in the neck/collarbone area, the shift right before that, and finishes his shift, goes down, almost scores a goal. Back checks, comes back, and then something seems off with him. So he turns and goes back to the bench. And this is why, like having the vantage point of being down between the benches, this is why I think people do it, is you get to see more things than if you're way up in the press box. And so I see him coming to the bench. He sits down, and I don't think anything of it because he just got hit in the collarbone neck area with a puck. Like, it's pretty normal for him to ask for the trainer to come and look at things or check him out. And so as he's sitting there, Ray Barilli, who, by the way, thank God for Ray Barilli. What an awesome dude he is. And he's always stepped up in all of these situations. But he comes down and starts working with Dylan Holloway, excuse me, and then players are jumping on the ice and skating over to the Zamboni entrance, then the other corner, and all of a sudden the EMTs are running onto the ice, and, excuse me, at that point I realized, okay, something's different here, obviously. So I'm looking at Dylan Holloway, and Ray Barilli is just holding his head still, won't let go. And is talking to people, and is just stabilizing Dylan Holloway. a little bit of a scary moment at one point when Dylan Holloway's eyes start to kind of roll a little bit. And it's tough, Tim, because you're there and you want to report what you're seeing, but you don't want to leak into speculation or your opinion because I'm not a doctor. I have no idea medically what's going on at that point, but you're trying to fight the urge to, be the internet doctor, the WebMD in between the benches. And anyways, the professionals, the smarter people, got to exactly what they needed to do over there, and then they secured him to a stretcher and wheeled him out. And then we were told following that he was he was stable in good shape, and that he was on his way to the hospital, and that further updates would be coming. So yeah, a scary situation. Again, I'm not a doctor. I can't speculate. I can tell you what my opinion is of what may have happened, but it could be 100% wrong, which makes me an idiot at that point.
You played a lot of hockey, Jamie. Have you ever seen anything where a guy gets hit, whether it's the ankle, the neck, or any part of the body, where that's clearly what did the damage, but they don't react to the injury until 20, 30 seconds later?
Yeah, so, Martin, you remember, we all remember Chris Pronger getting hit in the chest with the puck. I was part of that game. That was scary. But I was part of another game which was really weird and even, I don't want to say scarier, but equally as scary as I was playing with the Red Wings, and Yuri Fisher was on my team, and Yuri Fisher took a hit against Nashville in the corner and finished out his shift, came to the bench, and when he sat down, he kind of fell back off the bench. And Chris Chelios and myself, being the idiots that we are, we start laughing because we thought, he overshot the bench, which wasn't uncommon in Joe Louis. As you remember, those old benches were crap anyways. And he's laying on the ground, and we're kind of giggling. And then we notice that he's like turning purple. And so the trainers run down, and we're yelling, and the doctors jump over the railing. And I think that anybody who remembers that, or you can Google it, is Yuri Fisher had cardiac arrest right there on the bench. And they saved his life right there, 3 feet in front of me at Joe Louis Arena. So, yeah, I've experienced a couple of those situations, and they're not fun. Not one of them is fun because at the end of the day, this is a sport. It's entertainment. Guys are laying their bodies on the line, but nobody really wants anybody to be seriously injured or die, for that matter. So it does get scary.
So take me back to what you guys experienced when you went into the room after that takes place, and then how you attempt to respond and compete in a game, and then what you saw from the Blues playing a team that, they're not the team that won all the cups in a row, but they're still a very good hockey team, and they got to go out there and still play 2 periods and change after that takes place, and they fall behind again and are able to respond and win the game. So I would imagine there's a lot of compartmentalization going on, Jamie, where you're battling through the emotions of it all while having to tend to your job.
Yeah, it's a weird feeling, man. I mean, I'm sure that we'll all be in therapy someday for it, because you do have to compartmentalize it. You have to block it out. The 2 situations that I went through with Pronger and with Fisher were handled very differently. With Chris Pronger, it was almost like nobody really knew what had happened. The doctors, the training staff kind of kept it under wraps, didn't say much. So during the game, Prongs got hit, and, that was scary, but, let's go play the game, You kind of just left it behind you and just kept going and playing. We found out after the game, the severity of it. And at that point, you're a little rattled, but then at that point, Prongs is coherent, and he's talking, and he's, making fun of people and giving people crap already again. So you're like, okay, he's back. He's fine. But with Yuri Fisher, I remember going into the locker room and everything was so quiet. You didn't know what to do. You're like, did we just witness the death of a teammate? Because we had no idea if he was alive or not. We had no idea what his condition was. And I'll never forget Steve Yzerman, who, look, people here in St. Louis hate Steve Yzerman because of that double overtime goal and because he was part of all those Red Wings dynasties that were in the 90s and early 2000s that Blues fans got to witness, and it hurts. But this guy, man, he stepped up, got to the middle of the locker room, and he said, hey, boys, we're not playing this game. And then Bill Daly, part of the NHL, comes in and starts to talk a little bit. He's like, well, okay, we're going to delay this. And Steve Yzerman says, we're not playing this game.
Wow.
He's like, if we have to give 2 points to them, I don't care. We'll beat them again next time. We'll worry about the 2 points down the road. So we're not playing this game. Bill Daly left the room, came back and says, okay, boys, we're not playing this game tonight. Take off your gear.
Oh, wow.
It was the power of Steve Yzerman that basically told the NHL, neither team needs to go through this right now. We'll figure it out down the road. And we did. It was weird because we were down 1-0 in that game halfway through the first period. And so later on in the year, Nashville came back to Detroit, and we replayed the whole game, except we started the game. The clock was 60 minutes, but we literally started the game down 1-0 because that was fair. You know, we were down in the game, and you don't want to not have the goal count for whoever the Predators player that scored the goal was on his stats, and you don't want the team to be suffering because our player, couldn't continue playing or we decided we weren't playing. So, yeah, we started that game down 1-0. I think it's the first time in NHL history that a team literally starts the beginning of a game down a goal. But we came back, won that game anyways. We had a pretty good team back then.
And did your turnovers from the earlier part of the game still count in the stat sheet?
Oh, no, I made sure I paid off the right guy to make those disappear.
Hey, what'd you make of the overall effort then, especially with what they went through? But that was a very inspired game, and this team is weird. They've lost some games where they just didn't look very good, and then they play better opponents. They do seem, it's cliche, but they do seem to rise to the competition.
Yeah, Marty, it's weird because last year and the year before, you could argue at times the team didn't have that bite. They didn't have that, that pushback. Now, in the last couple of games, I feel like this team has figured out that they can push back. They can keep fighting. And if you look at the style of play that they're playing right now, and Drew Bannister said it now a couple different days in a row, he's like, we can't play, at the end, we can't play hockey at the end of our sticks, meaning, waving the magic wand and hope you get the puck, and if you don't, oh well. He's like, we got to go through bodies. We got to play through the other team. And that just means, hey, boys, pack a lunch. We're going to play physical. And last night, the Blues completely out-hit the Lightning. They got in guys' faces. There were tons of scrums. There was tons of aggressiveness. And that seems to be the ticket right now, is that they're going to bully certain teams. And you go back to 2019, and I'm not comparing this team to 2019 as far as, success goes. Trust me before I fall in that pothole. But I am going to go back and say that team figured out that they could out-hit opponents, play in the offensive zone, play along the walls, play in front of the net. They figured out that they could do that. And I think this team is starting to figure out what their identity is. And for me, it's a version of what they had in 2019 as far as using their bodies and their physicality.
I'm glad you said it, not me. Number one, I have zero credibility, but I was actually thinking the same.
Were you ever cut from a hockey team?
I never had a chance because I can't skate. But had I skated, I would have been cut, no question. But I was thinking the same thing, that as far as the style goes, that here is a team playing two opponents that are most likely going to be in the playoffs, at least with the Leafs, you would think so, and we'll see what happens with the Lightning. And without Thomas, now without Broberg, you have the situation with Holloway, and you saw the style of play they tried to convey against the Leafs on Saturday night with Schenn getting things going, and then again last night, that might be what they're going to go with to try to withstand these injuries. And so far, it has led to some entertaining hockey and also some winning hockey, and maybe this is going to be the team's identity. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think that every team that has a certain amount of success or even greater success figures out at some point what they are. And I think that the Blues have figured out that they're not an all-star team. They're not going to be able to go back and forth and trade chances with some of the most elite teams in the league. So what next? We'll drag it into the trenches, turn it into a bar fight. And when they do that, or at least a handful of games that they've been able to do that, they've had success, and they've frustrated the opponent, and some of the other teams' best players have been nullified because the Blues have done a really good job of changing the vibe of the game. So think back last year when it was a rush team, the Blues. Everybody, they're one and done, straight up the ice, nothing that's good. They didn't get a goal. The other team came back, got the puck. That hasn't happened as much. if you go back and watch or even watch moving forward, they're putting the puck in deep and going to get it when they don't have an opportunity. Jake Neighbors, perfect example in the third period last night. You're up by a goal. He's got a chance to maybe dangle the defenseman. He doesn't. He chips it by him about 10 feet and then just chases the defenseman in the offensive zone, puts him through the glass, creates a turnover, moves the puck up front, and P.O. Joseph gets a shot on net, and the Blues almost scored a rebound. That's the style of hockey that's going to keep the Blues successful this season. With the staff that they currently have, that's the way they have to play.
I think Jamie said it, playing through their sticks. Is that a new Bannister has said that? Is that the phrase that we're hearing now?
I think you heard Jackson talking about it. Now he's adopting it.
Through their sticks.
I'm all about the forecheck.
Okay. Yeah, you are.
Heavy forecheck, Jackson.
There you go. Jamie Rivers with us here. You can hear him on the Fast Lane Blues and Utah. The debut of the Utah Hockey Club in St. Louis tomorrow night.
A lot of history there with Utah.
That's coming up. Jamie, appreciate the time as always, man. Thanks again.
Hey, guys, you guys got Rich Gould coming in, right?
Yes, next hour in studio.
Jamie was a regular with Uncle Rich. Quite a bit,
yeah,
right?
So Rich Gould, just a quick story if it's okay.
Yeah, please, feel free.
I think I was 19 years old, maybe 20, I'm not sure. But Rich wanted to do an interview with me, like a little story. And he's like, oh, let's make this interesting. He goes, what's a local spot you like to go to? Meanwhile, I'm clearly not 21, but it was MP O'Reilly's down in Central West End. And at the time, I'm got a lot of tattoos on me. Well, I had a lot of tattoos way back then, which was quite foreign, Tim, for NHL players to have tattoos or earrings like I did. And so Rich decided to do a whole piece on me and then simulate that Rich got a tattoo as well to match one of mine. And it was pretty funny, man. And that was the very first time that I had really got to know Rich, and he's a phenomenal human being. And Marty, like you said, for years and years and years after that, up until just when Rich retired, I'd go on, once or twice a year with Rich over there. So he's a damn good man. So please tell him I said hi.
Absolutely.
Well, I asked to see that tattoo. He just texted me that he parked over by the satellite truck, and I thought, oh no, where is there a satellite truck?
Several.
Is he in the right spot?
He's behind the building. That's what that means. There's a bunch of station trucks there.
Oh boy.
You're gonna have to go out there and get him in the alley. That's
He's
what
calling
that means.
now.
Marty, where the hell am I?
In fairness to Rich, the very first time I went to Hubbard Radio, Jeff Burton was trying to walk me through how to find the damn door because I was parked all over the place and I was in the wrong spot. And so it is confusing, okay? Give Rich a little bit of latitude here.
It is a labyrinth. I am looking forward to the 9 o'clock hour with Rich. We'll recount the tattoo story coming up, Jamie. Thanks so much for the time as always, man, and look forward to listening to you on the Fast Lane coming up this afternoon.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot, man. Have a great day.
Thank you. It's Jamie Rivers with us here on TMA. Rich Gould is going to be in studio, as Jamie made reference to, coming up for the 9 o'clock hour. Can't wait. Send your emails in, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today. Watch the program. Looks like there's some political arguments going on in the TMA STL YouTube chat, Jackson. Is that what's going on?
Sounds about right.
Okay. The 101 ESPN YouTube chat. I don't know if they have that going on, but then pick your poison on the YouTube chats. Either way, you go in and engage. Doug Vaughn is vacationing in the Hamptons this week. It was a vacation that was scheduled a long time ago. He's out at a family wedding in Southern California. But before Doug took off, he wanted to tell the people about our Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota friends.
Doug Vaughn here for Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. I've gotten several cars from there over the past few years. Man, they have a fantastic selection of new and used cars. You can see that on their websites at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Also service. They do fantastic service on vehicles. Even if you didn't get your car from them, you can go to either dealership, St. Louis Acura there on Manchester and Baldwin, or Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota in Alton, appropriately enough. You can go either place, and they just take outstanding care of your car. They also like to give you a direct number to the Muckety Mucks. Here's that number, 314-252-0029. I'll say it again. You didn't write it down the first time. 314-252-0029. That's straight to the Muckety Mucks. Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganess, Ryan Seiberg in the service department. They'll take great care of you as they have with me. That's Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
There it is, Doug Vaughn, talking about Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. Jamie Rivers with us here on the program. If you missed the interview, you can always go back and podcast via the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app, which is presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Rich Gould going to be with us in studio. Looking forward to hearing the stories from the great Rich Gould coming up. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This Sunday, it's an NFL Sunday triple-header. Game 1, Steelers and Commanders. Game 2, Cardinals and Jets. Game 3, Texans and Lions. Coverage starts Sunday morning at 11. Your destination for the NFL in St. Louis is 101 ESPN.
Are you suffering from ED or PE? Paramount Men's Medical Center can help. ParamountMen'sMedical.com.
The holidays are a magical time to get engaged. At Shane Company, we're here to help you create your dream engagement ring in just 3 easy steps. Choose a setting that speaks to your style. Compare diamonds and colorful gemstones in all shapes and sizes. Then personalize it with a decorative crown and special engraving. Or choose a perfectly preset ring that's ready to go. At Shane Company, you'll find everyday competitive prices, a no-pressure environment, and an unmatched free lifetime warranty. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Need a better gutter with a better cover?
Stay off that ladder!
Call Woods for Gutter Shutter, the largest seamless gutter system with a cover, and keep water away from your home. The Woods guttering system has oversized downspouts and a no pull-away guarantee, too. It's the largest, strongest clog-free gutter system, so call 314-965-1980 for a free estimate or go online to woodsbasementsystems.com. That's woodsbasementsystems.com.
Stay off that ladder!
At First Community, we've been in the business of serving our members since 1934. St. Louis is not just our corporate headquarters, it's the only market we serve. It's also home to nearly 700 employees who have named us a St. Louis top workplace for 13 consecutive years. There are now over 400,000 members of First Community. We're proud of our 90-year history in St. Louis. It's our home and always will be, generation after generation. $1 share account required. Must qualify for membership. Federally insured by NCUA.
101 ESPN has your chance to win a pair of tickets to this year's Musial Awards, taking place on Saturday, November 23rd at Stiefel Theater. Known as the most inspiring night in sports, the Musial Awards celebrate the year's greatest moments of sportsmanship and those in sports who embody class and character, including this year's honorees that include Broadcasting Hall of Famer Bob Costas and NFL great Larry Fitzgerald Jr. Check out all the details on this year's Musial Awards and get entered to win that free pair of tickets now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app, powered by Schaefer Door Company.
You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to Morning After 101 ESPN. Program's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. You're welcome to get involved anytime you would like by texting in the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646, and you can watch the show and engage in the banter. Take your pick of YouTube chat rooms. TMA STL's YouTube chat, 229 people in there right now, Martin. And it says, get Piddles a curtain for that window. We have drawn the blinds. Is that better, Jackson?
A lot better. Thank you.
And then the 101 ESPN chat, they're in there talking about it. And we welcome you to participate in the program in the YouTube chats as well. We have TMA Trivia Night coming up on November 15th.
Oh, Rich is mad. He was parked in back. It's not my fault. I'm new here. We'll take a deep breath, buddy.
Howdy.
He's mad.
How come Rich isn't on camera, Jackson?
There's a little delay on that. He's on camera.
Wow. Give it a second.
Who'd you guys push out of the way to get here?
You're in the Doug Vaughn seat.
Huh?
Oh, the show itself.
Yeah,
this is awkward.
Yeah, it's a very awkward spot, Rich.
Wow. Did you knock somebody out? Did you?
It's a tough business.
Came up with a picture of somebody?
I'm telling you, Rich is a little angry. We're going to get to it.
Little McKernan is, he's not above that, you know.
Well, I think he's still mad.
Rich, there was something that happened at
show, me and Rich.
And I had nothing to do with it.
He'll stab you in the back. He'll stab you in the back and smile to your face.
This could be really awkward.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
He said you took his beer money. I remember that in 2009.
And he owes me a lot more because that joint downstairs, El Balago.
Oh, yeah.
What happened?
It's a little bit more expensive, so I need to... than just a beer.
Okay.
Oh, what would
they
you
have
like?
a good Manhattan. You know that?
You're going to take the edge off.
They do. Well, Who's to say I haven't already?
Martin led you astray.
Except
on the
me, I haven't already. You got any cans? You got any headphones? Or
Jackson,
do I need to go down to Courtney and rob her?
We're about to go to. You want to go to a trivia night, pal?
Yeah, it's at St. Gabriel's.
A trivia night at St. Gabriel's?
Yeah.
No.
It sounds like you're
Thank you, though.
Yeah.
Tim, do you want to continue to endorse the
go to
idea?
TMASTL.com is where you can go and sign up for the tickets. It's a week from this Friday. 10 rounds of trivia. $50 gets you all you can drink and all you can eat from Heavy Smoke Barbecue. That is coming up, and it's tables of 8 if you would like.
10 rounds?
10 rounds of trivia.
That'll take a week.
You want to read around? No.
What's a read around?
No, would you like to read a round? Maybe that's one way to just pull up.
My hosting trivia days are over. I've done quite a few of those, as I'm sure you have.
Have you noticed, Rich, that when you host a trivia night, you'll oftentimes get scolded by some of the participants because they disagree? Yeah.
They're an angry bunch, those trivia folk.
That's right.
Because they're there to win. They're there. They've got their... They got their Bud Light or Natty Light, and a plate of salami, and now all of a sudden, if you say one thing and it's another, or you misspeak, they'll jump you.
That's what happened to poor Jack. Do you know Jackson by chance, Rich?
Hi, Jackson. How are you? Have
Great
we
to
met?
meet you, sir.
Yeah, there you go. And there's Chairman Kurt.
Chairman Kurt.
He's
Kurt,
a chairman.
I've met.
Yeah, he's a chairman. James Carlton should be a chairman as well. He's the chairman of Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves. Online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800. James Carlton, my insurance agent, and I recommend him to our audience. He has 394 5-star reviews on Google. Loyal Missouri fan and loyal sponsor of TMA. He was with us from the beginning on the Tim McKernan Show podcast, and now with us on TMA. He's my insurance agent. I recommend him to you as well. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. Tune into the YouTube chat or stream on the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app, as Rich Gould is going to be with us for the 9 o'clock hour. We'll take a commercial break. Come back with TMA here on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Well, Jackson's really going to lead this Ween Wednesday today, and I like it. Good for you, Jackson. Just saluted me. Thanks. TMA, Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, and in studio for the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour, the great Rich Gould. Listen to this.
Look at that.
The gallery is charged up.
Iggy
hopefully will be making a glorious return. I have my fingers crossed on that. He's going to be at the trivia night, Rich. Will that make you come?
Well, it might. I thought, like I said, I thought maybe Iggy had died.
No, he's still
he just looks like it.
His Rolodex has suffered some losses.
Yeah.
You know, you can't call. Hey, buddy, want me to call Barbara Stanwyck for the show? I don't think she's available.
Let's call Babs.
Rich, you have done a book that for those of you on YouTube, you're going to get a chance to see it. A children's book. There's a snake down there. Is what the name of the book is. Clip that off. Where can people get this?
Well, they can. First of all, thanks for the plug, Tim. They can get it either on Amazon, although I would suggest going to my website, rgobooks.com.
rgobooks.com.
Because if you do that, there is a little place I have on my website where you can tell me what you want me to say, if you want me to say anything, or I can sign it, I can mail it, and it gets to you a little quicker than Amazon.
All right, there it is. So we want to go to RGO
How did this
Books
come about? How did you? I mean, because
I retired, Martin.
No, I knew that. I didn't know you had a children's book.
Since you were doing all the work there at Fox 2 KPLR 11, I used to just sit back in that little office of ours and write kids' books.
So you were doing it on the clock?
All
that
sure.
time.
Are you kidding?
You were
no. When I retired, I wanted to do something else, and I know I didn't want to do this or anything else, sports related. And I had always wanted to write a kid's book, really, even when I was a little kid. And so I just decided to sit down. The first year and a half of retirement, it was me turning the television off at 11 o'clock and go until 3:30 without TV and at a computer and trying to do things, write country music songs, write children's books. I've got like 5 of them written. And then it became a process where I had to figure out how to publish it, how to get a gal to draw the pictures, how to do the illustration, just all that stuff, which I knew nothing about and still really know very little about. But it's worked so far.
In the book, it sounds a little like innuendo or something the TMA listeners might. Where there's a snake down there. It's based on a real story.
There's nothing
perverse or
crummy about it. Little kids read this with delight. It's about girl power. It's about all these good things for children, and it is a semi-true story.
That's what Martin was saying. It's a semi-true story.
It happened to me. I was the little girl, even though I was a 14-year-old boy at the time.
Did you transition back?
You
were never a little girl.
I didn't do that. I don't think. I still don't know what the hell that means. I wish I knew what an adverb was. I've got no clue. But yeah, when I was a kid, we moved from Orange, California, to Branson, Missouri, and built a little house. And my dad said, "Hey, this isn't quite like where you were. We're living in the woods, by the woods. You got snakes around here, and they're copperheads, and I'll make a mess of you." I said, "Okay." So my eyes were always out, and I came home one day after school, baseball practice, whatever, and nobody was home except my grandmother. She was standing there looking out the window, smoking a Camel, spying on the neighborhood. Very weird woman, my old grandma. But she loved me, so
there's
God bless her.
Very old, very weird woman, my grandma.
She was a strange one, I tell you.
Excuse me, I'm putting out a cigarette here.
Yeah, no, that was Nanny.
That was her right there.
With a voice about that deep, as I recall. Didn't go in a while. So I got home and looked downstairs, and I saw something that I thought was a snake because it was in my head. And I said, "Hey, I think there's a snake down there." She said, "Well, God, you can go kill it." I said, "What do you kill it? I'm 14 years old. I'm not a snake hunter. I don't know what to do with these things." But finally, I got the courage, and it was a very bright, sunny day outside and very dark in the basement. So I go sneaking in. I didn't know to turn on the lights. What can a snake see or not see? I don't know. He may have come right after me. And took a shovel and snuck up behind him and beat the hell out of what turned out to be my dad's work glove. Not a snake. I couldn't see, Martin. I couldn't see. And so I cut that in half. Well, in the book, it's a wonderful family tale of bravery that this little girl has to come up with, and her parents were quite happy with her at the dinner table for telling the story and making everybody laugh. In reality, my dad wasn't pleased.
Because you ruined his work glove.
I wrecked his glove. He says, "What kind of moron are you?"
And he beat you to a pulp.
Well, he got the belt off time and again, yeah, but I think by 14 he had stopped doing that.
So based on a real-life events, the book is available, RGO Books.
RGObooks.com. It's a website. Then that's something else, Tim, I had to come up with, was the website. And I don't know how to do these things, so I had to hire somebody to come help me and
build out the website.
Build the website and see what I wanted to put in. But if you look it up, I think it turned out great.
Nick Sirianni's a big fan of the book. The Eagles head coach.
Hey, I got a picture of Nick with me right now. He is reading my book to
his kids. Boy, he's a pretty good coach, I think. I saw some
Let
stuff.
me tell you, I don't know who this fellow is.
We're talking. I don't tweeted Dan Orlovsky yesterday, in which you told him to go piss up a rope.
I think he should. I don't know who this guy is. Some quarterback that never amounted to much, from what I understand.
He ran out of the back of the end
I wonder
zone
if he ever
famously.
threw 6 touchdown passes in a game. I can take that, Dan.
You did that.
You bet I did.
That was the famous game against...
That was the Willard game.
The Willard game.
You didn't know that? You were a child at the time, Martin.
You were at Branson East, and you ran the score up on Dillard just so you could get those 6 touchdowns.
Willard, Martin. Not Dillard.
Okay.
This guy's... I was just messing around with the television, and I happened to see this guy and a picture of Nick, and he was talking about Nick, and I think his... very close to what he said was, he's the coach that I trust least, in the NFL. And he even went as far as to say, and he's doing the show with Rex Ryan, who Nick had a little tiff with, I think, earlier this year, because Rex Ryan said something that wasn't factually correct on radio and on television. It's never happened before. But he winds up saying that he's the guy that, and if they lose to that Jacksonville team, that bad Jacksonville team, he might get fired. And I'm thinking, what is wrong with you people? The guy's a winning. He's never lost.
They've just won 4 in a row. They're 6-2. He's been to a Super Bowl.
He's been to a Super Bowl. He's been to the playoffs every year. His winning percentage, I think, is in the top 3 probably in the NFL for active head coaches with at least a little time. I mean, in the NFL, being a head coach, ask Linehan and Spags and the other flakes that came through here. 3 years about all you get. Well, he's had 3.5 now, and he's done nothing but win. So I don't get this. But that's Philadelphia, and unfortunately for us, not necessarily here, because you guys are in St. Louis, and this is a wonderful, happy, good, solid Midwestern city. But nowadays, everybody's got to get a young producer out there to tell them, okay, you take this point, you take that point, and make sure you yell at each other.
Yeah, it's a little hackneyed take smithing. And Dan Orlovsky responded to your...
That I don't know. I didn't hear him.
You asked him to piss up a rope.
He didn't call me. What did he say?
But
I don't know if he has.
You are friendly with the Sirianni family. I told this. I don't think people believe this to be accurate.
I went to Nick's wedding, and the reason I went to Nick's wedding was he is the son-in-law of my best friend, Brad Cantwell, down in Branson, Missouri. I was Brad's best man, and he mine when we got married as younger men. And so I went to the wedding and talked to Nick, his wife, Brett, Brad's daughter, Brad and Debbie's daughter. Couldn't be nicer. Their 3 kids are great-looking kids. They have fun. If you've ever seen them at a news conference, after an Eagles game or something. Oh, yeah, that's right.
He has had his child up there with him.
They go up there. They have a blast. And this dopey Dan fella kind of insinuated that Nick didn't know what he was doing, and I've heard other Eagles fans say that because, after all, they're at Philadelphia and they're just an angry bunch.
Now, I know you just met Jackson, Rich, but Jackson was calling for Nick Sirianni's head last year.
Yeah, why?
No, so I think...
Oh, this is awkward.
Because a team actually lost a few games?
No, see, what I do sometimes...
Let me tell you what happened, kid. You're not Jackson anymore. He had a quarterback that went in the tank last year. Yeah. That Jalen Hurts plays on any team and they lose last year. He's improved somewhat this year, but it's really not him. He just turns and gives the ball to Barkley. By the way, did you see that run the other guy?
Unbelievable.
Was that unbelievable?
Did you ever do that against Dillard?
I did a flip.
Willard.
Not just a hurdle, man. I did a flip. But anyway, I don't get why you don't like Nick. What's your deal?
I was just commenting on there's a lot of people in Philly, as you said, they're loud, they're
It's because it's
angry.
Philly.
Yeah.
They got to have something to bitch about.
So sometimes is I'll like beta test a take and I'll just kind of throw it out there, kind of like, so maybe people are upset about it. And if it gets a lot of pushback, I abandon the take. And I say,
well, back it up just a little bit. What does beta test a take mean?
Kind of like put it out there to see, like a feeler, you know?
Oh,
like,
well, why didn't you just say that?
He has to talk down to us because he went to Ladue High School.
Oh, is that right?
Well, if you gave like your book to 10 people and said, tell me what you think about it. That's essentially what I'm doing with the takes. I'm doing on live radio.
Oh, a beta test. So you're friends with the father-in-law. I misstated it.
I'm friends with Nick's father-in-law. Great
Nick's
friends,
dad,
lifelong friends.
And you got a Florida condo out of the deal because they were in the Super Bowl one year.
Actually, yeah, I did. A couple of years ago, Brad had to go to Arizona. They played in Glendale.
Yeah.
And he still had a couple weeks left on his condo rental. And I said, well, I'm not going to go to the Super Bowl, nor do I want tickets. I've been to a couple of them, and I don't care if I ever go again. I like televisions, so I'll watch it right there. And when I have to take a leak, man, I'm 10 feet away. And it doesn't cost me $17,000.
So the Eagles made the Super Bowl, and you got a little time shot.
So
out of it.
this was on a Tuesday, and by Thursday I was in the car driving down there and spent a week. Got to see Matt and Sandy down there. You know, the Chief and Sandy Miller.
Chief.
Sandy's doing
Matt
great.
Dykman.
Chief's doing
They
well.
live down in Florida now?
Yeah, they've got a place down there.
Oh,
so
God bless. I
visited
didn't
with
know
them.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, how about that? Rich Gould is in studio for the 9 o'clock hour. Rich, the people are loving you.
Let me tell you something. People forget quickly, and they should. They don't care whether I'm here or not.
But now they're realizing how much they miss you by hearing you. That's what's going on.
You're going to have to come back to TV. You want to do the 4 today?
I don't think I'm going to do that. I wouldn't even know who's there anymore, Martin. I turn your channel on, and I keep wondering who's who.
Jeff Bernthal had a great line. He said, there are people leaving that I haven't had a chance to meet yet.
Yes, absolutely.
It's quite an industry. Jackson, what spot do I have? Schaefer Door, is that correct?
Yeah.
Schaefer Door is the sponsor of the 101 ESPN app here on 101 and the TMA STL app as well. They are online at schaeferdoor.com. That's schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. Or they set up a number for TMA listeners for you to call or text 636-782-3608. It's going to get you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they service commercial doors as well. Jason Gosrow is the owner, loyal TMA listener, and he takes care of our listeners quick, fast, in a hurry anytime that garage door spring.
Are they automated?
No. That number is set up, and you're going to talk to somebody right there.
I meant the garage doors. You can push a button and the door lifts up?
Yes.
Then I'm all for it.
You're dealing with the old...
Why, what do you have? Mickey Carroll's just standing by to open
Mickey Carroll?
He's just opening the door.
A hologram of Mickey Carroll opens and closes your garage.
Your door when
you see who's Mickey as a doorstop.
You did. You did a lot of bits.
You tossed him out of a golf cart.
Once, he fell, man. He fell. He was reaching over for an acorn or something, following the yellow brick road, and the next thing I know, Mickey's turning somersaults.
I'm trying to picture
He gets up after a couple somersaults and goes, ta-da! Always the entertainer.
Vaudeville.
Did he hand you some ruby red slippers at the end?
He did.
Little mini slippers?
He said, click your heels 3 times if you can get into these.
But I'm wondering how your garage door opens. If it's not automatic, is there just a little fella sitting there?
When you were a kid, did you have automatic garage door openers all the time? I didn't. I had to get out of my car.
Glendale. He lived the high life.
Well, I had to get out of the car and reach down and grab a handle and pull up on it and make sure it didn't come crashing back down on my car, and that's how it is.
You are hard,
but I think nowadays,
Scrabble.
Yeah, I think nowadays everybody's got the electronic garage door
if it needs
opener,
to be repaired,
and I know this. That's a blend, Marty. That is a blend, my friend. All I know is whoever Tim's talking about, they do it wonderfully.
That's Schaefer Door Company. They are Clopay Master Authorized Dealer. It is 9:21 in St. Louis. 5P Academy, Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN. Rich Gould in studio with me and Martin on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's the Morning After 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. He's a big Nick Sirianni critic, and Rich Gould is kind enough to be in studio with us.
Brown and Crouppen helps you out with this.
Yeah, they're the presenting sponsor.
I was in spring training one year, and I was singing at the place where gravity takes you home. What was the name of the little hotel?
Oh, was it the Bobby Darin song? Was the name of the joint?
Mac. I may have done Mac the Night, but I think it was Sinatra. Anyway, I was singing, and this woman who had a few drinks, and she was a little older, and she was from the Northeast. Hell, I didn't know her. She wanted to come up and say hello. So she hustled. I talked to her a little bit afterwards, and here she came. Well, boy, she caught her foot on a wire or something, and she went sprawling into all the equipment, and you had stuff. You know, they had a drum machine there. It was flying. And I got to, at that time, look in front of everybody and say, does anybody have the number to Brown and Crouppen?
Wow.
And boy,
what a blend.
Management wasn't pleased with me at the little hotel.
The Sea Spray Inn.
The Sea Spray Inn. Thank you, Marty.
I don't know if I've ever been
How
there.
did I forget it?
You told me about that. He would say, now meet me at the Sea Spray Inn. I said, I have 48 live shots to do. I won't make it to the Sea Spray Inn. That was it. And you dropped a Brown and Crouppen
How many
reference.
live shots do you think in a day is your record?
Oh, like a Super Bowl day or World
something
Series.
like that.
It's a great question.
Tim, you can answer that too. How many did you have to do?
Well, I would say probably like 12, maybe 13, because you've got a 4 or 5 or 6 post game.
Right.
We're going to go back. Well, when a team wins and they go back to you repeatedly, I remember when they won the 2006 World Series. It was a Friday night.
Yeah.
And it's like midnight. And we've interviewed everybody on the team, including Josh the Bat Boy. And I sat down. I said, I think we're good. I think we're going to. They said, no, we're going to go till 1. And I said, oh, for the love of God. And then they just started replaying. Earlier, we talked to Albert Pujols, Yadier Molina. Let's take a listen back if you didn't catch it, because they had monster ratings. They just didn't want to sign off. And then in 2006 when Mike Shannon said on the air that Tony was going to retire after the World. And so they said, can you call him? And it was well past midnight. I said, oh my God, I got to call. I called him. He answered. He would always answer his phone. And I said, hey, how you doing? He said, that's about the dumbest question you've ever asked me. Just won the freaking World Series. What do you want? And I said, Mike Shannon's reporting that you're going to. He said, what? Who said that? I said, Mike Shannon's reporting. He said, whatever, man. And I said, I don't want to wake up and see it in Rick Hummel. Right. And he said, I'm not retired. And he hung up. But I said, he answered his phone after winning the World. He said, dumbest question I had ever asked. Because I said, how you doing? He said, we just won the World Series. But we were on until about 1 a.m. So that might have been the night where we did 20 live shots.
That's a lot of them.
Do you have an all-time record?
No, but the only one I remember, and it was in with the Cardinals, opening day in Arizona. I was out there and had to do, like Martin said, shots for every show, plus something for the morning the next morning. And I had a guy out there who worked in television look at me and said, my God, how many of these things do you have to do? And I said, well, typically none, but today, a bunch.
Typically none, today a bunch.
They didn't send the guy from 11 on stories. That was for the big dog.
Do you miss it in any capacity?
Yeah, I suppose sometimes. I will say this. I dream about work probably 3 times to 4 times a week.
What are you dreaming about?
Just stuff. Prompter goes down. People behind the scenes. For some reason, I'm in a hell of a fight with management.
In your dreams.
And in almost every one of them. I got along pretty well with management for the most part. So, yes, there are some things I miss. I miss writing. I miss editing. In fact, I had a dream last night about editing. No kidding, about the machine. I don't miss, I got older and didn't like going to the ballpark. And in part, really the most part is you can't park. The parking's so messed up down there, So I didn't like that part. But, and I was way over going into locker rooms and saying,
asking for 22-year-olds' time.
What pitch did you see there? So, but there are some things I miss about it, but most of it I do not.
Was the best era like the 80s? Doug calls those the salad days.
Does he call them the salad days?
The halcyon days.
Well, they were pretty good because, for a year there we had the football Cardinals, and Gene Stallings was a kick. You had a real interesting group of Blues at the time. When Hully got traded here, and you had Federico and Sutter. Those were great guys. And naturally, the Cardinals, how good they were. That was good, but really, I think from 96 to 2013 were the good days, just because of the Cardinals and their success.
Well, Channel 11 was the home to the Blues, home to the Cardinals. You did Cardinals broadcast with the Wizard sitting next to you.
We had everything because we could, and now it's morphed into, there's no way Channel 11 or anybody would get local stuff like that again, I don't believe. The money's just not there. But, we had the Cardinals, the Blues, Mizzou basketball. I called 3 bragging rights games.
Really?
I got to do play-by-play for 3 of those. I loved them.
Who was the analyst on that?
Sunvold sometimes. Okay. Tom Dorr, who was also doing play-by-play for the Bulls. But I called a few with him.
Man?
Yeah.
You're like 6'11"?
Yeah, they had this producer who, if you go someplace to do a college basketball game, you don't know the guys in the truck
Sounds
necessarily.
dismissive of producers in general, Jackson. No offense.
But the producer said to me at the time, he said, would you like to sit down since Tom's so tall and you're not? And I said, I don't care. I think it might be kind of funny to see him and me standing next to each other, which we did. But, he was there, so that part was fun. And plus, Tim, you're younger. You're enthused. You're into it. You want to see your teams win. You root for them here in the Midwest. You're not like Philadelphia and this Orvaski fellow. What's his name?
Dan Orlowski.
Orlowski?
Yeah, Jackson's favorite sports analyst.
They put on the screen every once in a while, played in the NFL, because they want to make sure you know. Not Super Bowl champion.
Yeah.
Played.
Not like him. It was fun back then.
We have all kinds of texts. People love hearing you on the air, Rich. Radio Gould, what a nice and funny man. Played golf with him, and Dave Murray at Peevely Farms could not be nicer than Rich Gould. How about that? That's
awfully nice.
The 618.
Very, very kind of him. As for, did he say that he was in a threesome with me and Dave Murray playing golf?
I didn't mention the dynamics.
Because I don't believe I've ever played with Dave. Martin, have you?
That's a great question. I think the answer is no. I think he played a little bit of golf. No, and I'm wondering, why would you and Dave Murray have been playing golf? Maybe it was Steve Gottsagen.
No, I don't think it was Steve either.
Craig.
I don't think it was Creed.
The man's name was Creed.
Boy, let me tell you something about that guy.
Here we go.
Let me tell you about that cat. We're doing the news one day, and he is semi-new in his tenure there at Channel 11, which didn't last long, and he's a little flustered. You know, he's got papers all over the place, and I go on someplace. It was when they demolished the old Checkerdome, the old arena.
Oh, yeah, 99.
And I had just a little opinion thing where I said, man, it's okay with me that they blew this thing up. I said, just think of what you guys are going to get in this beautiful new building. That's going to be cool. I get memories and I get nostalgia, but this building, wait till you see it. It's going to be neat. And so he looks at me and says, yeah, it's too bad they're going to blow that Checkerdome up, isn't it? I said, no. I said, did you not hear me? I said, you're sitting right next to me. I said, blow the damn thing up. I don't care. Then he threw his papers up and he says, well, look at this mess. This is on the air.
That was funny.
Oh, it killed me.
He threw his papers in the air. Yeah. There are times when the news person doesn't pay attention, and I may or may not have been on another station, an AM station, and there may or may not be a guy named McGraw, and he would pitch it to Jimmy Holder to do the sports. And Jimmy Holder, all right, thank you, McGraw. The Birds are back at it tonight at the old ball yard. Tonight down there at the stadium, the Cubbies are in town as a homestand continues. Okay, all right, thank you, Jimmy. When are the Cardinals going to be home anytime soon? Yeah, they got the Cubbies tonight. Oh, yeah. And when are they playing Chicago? And he'd say, I just said all of that. Yeah. You feel a little invisible as the sports guy.
Yes, that's true. They've got people in their ear and they're reading. I want to tell you this, and I'm not joking around on this one. Mandy Murphy is one of the best listeners I've ever seen. She listens to you. She looks you in the eye. She hears what you're saying, and she responds. So I've always thought highly of her for that.
And you can have some reasonable banter at the end because she knew what you
she does listen.
Yeah. Last night we were talking about Robbie Avalanche. She said, oh, that's so disappointing because we all want to see him play, and they have their home game on Sunday. I'm like, absolutely. Now, Dick Ford was a big sports fan, but I called it the anchor jab because I would be done. Like, you just got through your whole sports, and he'd bring something up so random that I must have mentioned, yeah, whatever happened to Parkway West football team? And you would... you'd go, and I'd look at my papers like there was nothing about Parkway West football. He just kind of wanted to know.
Steve Schiff was like that. You talk about a crusty couple of guys. You get Dick Ford and Steve Schiff on the anchor desk. I think that would be must-see TV.
Rich, the guy who played with you, said it was a threesome. Rich joined us halfway into it. It was before it actually opened. So I guess you guys just walked out on the course and got some work in.
I guess I didn't do that very often because it's usually too early in the day for me. But I'm glad you had fun because I'm sure I did too.
Hey, Martin and Uncle Rich, for the 2011 World Series, were you both in the stadium during the game, or was your live shot from a parking lot outside the stadium? That's from Big Tuft. Doug tells the story of during Freeze's home run. He was stuck outside the building doing a live shot, telling people what was going on inside the building for KMOV.
You first, man.
We were lucky enough the game was on Fox 2, so I didn't have to do a live shot. But Charlie Marlowe and I were in the media workroom, and when Freeze hit the triple, Charlie goes, yeah, whatever it was, screams, because it was exciting. And Katie Feeney grabbed the microphone in the meeting room. This is an extension of the press box. This is not a place where you cheer. And I looked at Chuck and goes, whatever.
How's your side piece?
I was down inside the stadium at 7 o'clock when we went on. And then outside the stadium at about 7:40, because we'd all set up out there. You couldn't, they're playing baseball. We can't go down there. And then I immediately left and dashed to Sports Cafe in Bridgeton to watch some of it. And as you recall, and it didn't look good. And then I went home and stayed up till 4 in the morning, rewatching the David Freese game. So I was at home.
It's the greatest. It's something that automatically lifts my spirits anytime I see it on YouTube.
It's you think about neat stuff, and the Blues Parade comes to mind, sure, and but I think that home run in that game was probably tops for me.
Bigger than Mickey Carroll getting thrown out of the golf cart?
Bigger than that, Martin. Not bigger than any of Tom Watson's major changes.
Oh, we got to don't bring up 2009. Don't do it, Martin.
Tom Watson. All right, we're going to get to all of that. I'm getting my edge back just sitting next to Rich Gould. But if you've lost your edge, low on energy or focus or drive, you want to be better in the weight room or the bedroom, you can go to lowtusa.com. We're talking about mentality health, and you're going to have ongoing support. We're talking about personalized treatment. You meet with them in person. It's not something you sign up online. In person, you tell them what your goals are, what you're trying to accomplish. Are you dealing with fatigue, low energy, you're gaining weight, you're losing muscle? You want to put an end to all of that, you go to lowtusa.com. It's your first step to reclaiming your vitality. Mentality health is what we're talking about here. End the mood swings. Put on some muscle, start losing a little weight, feel better, get that energy back, get your focus back, be a man again. You can do that with Mentality Health. Pretty simple. Go to lowtusa.com, enter the promo code RISE, R-I-S-E. The promo code is RISE. The website is lowtusa.com.
Rich, here is an offer. It's up to you if you want to take it. Tim, please offer up my wife to Rich. It would be one of the greatest honors of my life, and I will increase my advertising contract even. This is one of our sponsors, the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, who is offering his wife to you.
Well, that's awfully kind.
It's awfully kind, isn't it?
At this juncture of my life, at 68 years old, I'm afraid that I wouldn't really know what to do with it all. You know, Martin just had a great advertisement for a company that I could have used a few years ago, but right now, you know, it's like one of those biscuits that flip out of a can. And and there's no pill in the world that's going to make that right.
Nonetheless, we love mentality at lowtusa.com. So recovering alcoholic, that's going to be a polite decline.
Yeah. Well,
polite decline.
Sometimes Rich has got to go because he's just got a thing. He would just get up, and he may get up at any minute and walk out because he's got a thing. He may walk down to the Courtney show and
you're thinking about talking to Courtney.
I would like to. I've been trying to talk to her for a while. She's not real good at responding to emails and calls. She was early. And I like her very much, and her show is incredibly popular.
Yes,
She's great on it, and so's her whole cast.
You should bring a guitar.
But,
if you brought the guitar,
they might put you on the WIL.
I think, Martin, she got a little mad at me because I did text maybe once too many.
Oh, it was one of those.
About 3 times and said, you know, we're going to do this or not, and then I never heard back. So I don't think she likes me very much.
Jackson will make it up to you on that Sirianni thing, and he'll go get that taken care of during the break.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Jackson. Rich Gould is in studio, 5P Academy Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan and Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. The great Rich Gould in with us. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Bad news for Denver Nugget fans out there as forward Aaron Gordon will miss multiple weeks because of a right calf strain that adds insult to injury with Jamal Murray still in concussion protocol. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to Morning After 101 ESPN. Shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you, and Rich Gould, kind enough to join us in studio, and he's got...
Well, thank you for having me,
it's
Tim.
wonderful to have you in here. There's a snake.
It's amazing that you actually remembered my number.
You're portraying
How's
our
your dad
relationship.
doing
He's wonderful. Martin does an impression of him. You want to take a listen?
I'd love to.
Well, it's good to have Rich on the show. Rich was a good friend back then, but Timmy stole his show a couple times.
Yeah.
So it's unfortunate, but it's all good because it worked out for Timmy.
I saw Senior. The last time I saw him was at the Village.
Oh, Village Bar.
That doesn't surprise Village Bar. He was there. You were there, I think.
Seen him? I was just there Saturday.
I saw him. It was just an afternoon. I went in for a quick hamburger, and there he was. So I got to visit with him. But this has been probably 2 years ago.
Having a little libation during the afternoon. That's the right way to have a day.
Tim, when you're retired, it just doesn't matter.
Did you say Il Balago's got a good Manhattan?
Yes, they do.
That's run by a CBC alumni, classmate, Frank Gabriel.
Loyal listener.
Frank, Rich and I, one of these days, let's put it on the books. You and I will have a Manhattan
I would love to have one with you.
Texter wants to know if your AM radio is still broken.
It is.
This is why we're on FM, because of you.
And it's the damnedest thing. I tried these new ear pod things. I call them new because I just now discovered them. But they're the things that you put in your ear, and they can set up to your phone,
That's
right?
Correct. That's correct.
And you can
Jackson's
actually
validating it.
And you can hear.
Confirmed.
You're a kid, you know this, so you know the technology. I don't. But I put my new ear pods in, and I got some of the FM stations here in town, and I got Sirius radio. And as soon as I went to AM radio, the damn thing was busted.
Well, no problem here, buddy. We're on FM.
Yeah.
I told the story. You let me use your car after the writer's dinner one night to drive back to the Two Fox. I think it was the night Bobby Knight actually said my name, making fun of me. And I got in your car, and I wanted to listen because it was on KMOX, and your AM radio was broken. I always thought you made that up, and I drove your car, and it really was broken.
Yeah, I tell the truth. Bobby and I did that to you. He did that to me in Sacramento.
Really?
I'll never forget. It was on dinner, and he picks on local sportscasters and says, what the hell do they know, So, but he did that in Sacramento. I thought, wow, that's kind of cool.
He knew your name.
That he knew your name.
Rich launched Rush Limbaugh's career. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. I've never heard this tale. What happened?
Well, he was very popular in radio, obviously. This is back in Sacramento, middle 80s. And he was coming up strong, and the Republicans all loved him, and he was just doing terrific work, incredibly talented. But then he wanted to get on TV, and Ted Koppler, who had Channel 11 here, was smart enough to say, we want this guy on television. So we got him on TV, and it was my job to go into the studio with him and help him, learn how to work the prompter and do television. But more than that, to cut down what he was talking about. His first thing on television, he wanted to go like 6 minutes. Well, I said, okay, you got to cut that down to about 1:20. And he didn't know how to do that. But yeah, I knew Rush. I did play a little golf with him, not much. And we'd go next door to a joint called Howie's and have a beer when we were done.
Live read for Howie's. Tim, I said Rush always hit the ball go right.
I heard it. Rich just blew right past it.
Do we have a drum over there? We don't have the...
Jackson's pulling something for you, Martin.
Rich is a big Mizzou guy. We would always talk Tigers, and he would tell me if he was going to the game, and I'd say, where are you sitting? He said, I'm not going inside. I said, I said, he's the tailgate guy who says, I'll keep an eye on things. And everybody goes into the game and goes, I'm good, I'll just keep an eye on things.
Yeah, you would always take like a van down there, right?
In the old days, and then I would go inside. In the old days, I would take a little trip for all the Channel 11 folks. Jeff Bernthal would go with me, and Mark Faree, who was a real pain in the ass on these trips.
The old
Mark Faree, the old weather man.
Nice guy, and he's my friend, but boy, oh boy,
there's no problem with him on the Mizzou
He was never on time. I mean, he literally 50 minutes late. And we're trying to leave and get to a football game. So I had to finally tell him one day, look, if you're 30 seconds late, we're leaving you. And we did.
So he was stuck back in St. Louis. You guys bolted.
Yes.
Man of principle, once again.
Well, you got to do it. But, yeah, we'd go down. I'd make some chili and stuff, and we'd go back. In fact, we took the Channel 11 van one time, and Jeff Bernthal drove it back down to St. Louis to Channel 11. Next morning, about 7 a.m. after a Mizzou game, you can imagine how my head felt. And all of a sudden, there's JB saying, Rich, the van was stolen. Somebody swiped our van.
Was it the Channel 11 van?
Yeah.
Like, it was actually the station's van.
It was the station's, conversion luxury van with the bucket seats and the little TV and all that. It was neat.
Meant for maybe news coverage?
I think it was meant more for parties and things.
Okay.
It's not like it had a live satellite truck hooked up
I
to it.
pictured you rolling down the steps.
Let me tell you, doing a live shot at Channel 11 in the earlier days was almost unheard of. Nobody could figure it out. We didn't have the equipment. I mean, it was weird. The Super Bowl in Atlanta. I'm down there, and so the news director says, yeah, we want you to go on right after the Super Bowl. And as soon as the telecast is over, we'll be on. I said, yeah, okay, sure. Well, here I am on the sideline with the chief, and he's shooting, and I got a cocktail going, and it's about time to go on, and I'm just standing there, and I'm cracking up because there's no way they're going to get this fixed. You've got 1,500 media people scrambling with wires trying to hook stuff up. So it didn't happen. I just said, okay, I knew it.
What are you going to do?
Marty, where did Rush hit the ball?
To the right? Oh, is that the great Calvin May?
That's
is that
Cal
from
May's
Nicely
yesterday?
done.
Oh, it's a new drop.
You like that laugh track that Jackson just constructed there from Calvin May?
Friend of the show.
You remember Cal May? He asked Tony La Russa the first question at every press conference.
I do remember him.
He was our guest yesterday.
Well, good.
Tony's
nice to know that I'm right in there with the
broadcasting.
Nice to know I'm right in there with the Giants.
Yes. Local legends. Did you?
Who do you have on tomorrow?
Josh Schertz, the new SLU basketball coach.
Oh, well, now that's important.
Yeah.
He's good.
Did you ever call SLU games? You did some SLU games.
Did a bunch of them.
Scotty Highmark, I believe.
Did a bunch of them with Scott, and I loved doing those.
Rich, I interned for you in 1997.
Yeah.
I came in with a suit and tie. My knot was a little large, and you told me, take that tie off. That knot's as big as my prostate.
Yeah, I think I did say something like that.
But when I had an opportunity leaving school, I had a choice between going to Little Rock, Arkansas, and Monterey, California as my first TV job, and I called you for counsel, and you said...
Your first mistake.
They said, what would you do? And he goes, Junior, didn't I teach you anything? You have an opportunity to live in the most beautiful place in the United States or Arkansas, and you're calling me, asking me if you should go to Arkansas.
Yeah.
And you were very disappointed in me that I didn't.
I still am.
Still to this day.
Yes. Yeah, who wants to pass up Santa Barbara, California for Fort Smith, Arkansas?
Well, Jimmy could stay close to home, and then Missy can do his laundry, and he could drive home on the weekends. We'll go to Biggie's, and then she'll fold all his laundry. That's probably why.
That's exactly what happened.
Not too far from the truth. Don't want to bury the lead. RGO Books. Rich Gould is writing children's books.
For those of you watching on YouTube, you can see it right here.
There's a snake down there.
How many people you got watching on YouTube? You think?
About a combined, 350, Jackson?
Is that right?
Yeah. This YouTube thing is the way people access content.
I don't
now.
get why, because we're on the radio. You can listen to us, and now you got to watch me
in the
drink.
TMA chat,
Isn't that the way
119 in
it's
the
gone
world.
with all shows now?
I
They've
think
got
Mike
some
and
sort
Mike
of
started
TV
it, where they put that on
channel.
TV.
I love the YouTube thing.
Anyway, you were saying about my wonderful book?
RGObooks.com. And the illustrations are beautiful, and the woman is from Turkey.
Her name is
Ann Pomalova.
Yeah. And I called all around St. Louis and tried to get somebody to draw this for me. And nobody would call back, or if they did, they'd say they'd call back and didn't. Nobody seemed to care. I guess I don't blame them. But this gal, I'm sitting in a bar right there on Murderers Row at Layman's Landing.
Oh, there was a
Murderers Row.
We're going to always meet in Bridgeton. There's a Murderers Row. Layman's Landing was one of the
Layman's
590
is one of
sponsors.
them. And so I'm sitting there having a beer or a vodka or something. And the little gal who came by, she said, well, how's retirement going? I said, well, I'm doing this. And we chatted briefly. And then I told her what I'm doing with my book. I said, but I can't find anybody to draw it. And she turned me on to this gal, Ann Pamelova. And I still, to this day, have not spoken to her. I have not seen her in person. All I've done is email her. And she said, yeah, I'd love to try to draw that stuff. I said, okay, well, send me something. Let's see. So she did. I flipped. So here I am sending, $2,500 checks to Turkey. Well, I don't know much about the geo-global, problems, but I'm thinking I'm financing terrorism. But that's her. As she drew that, she sent it back to me, and she said, what do you want them to look like? And then I'd send her a detailed thing. I'd say, I need the grandma to look a little older. I need the drool to be a little more pronounced. Stuff like that.
It's the story of a brave little girl who one spring day learned much about herself and a grandma who slept through it all. There's a snake down there.
RGObooks.com is where you can get it. I've got it for my 2-year-old and 7-year-old.
Something else. When you're reading it with your kids, which, by the way, just thrills me, and this is no BS, when I go to schools and read to the kids and I'll play my guitar for them, I really have a good day doing that. Oh. Especially when they come up, and they'll talk, and you'll see them reading the book. I get pictures of kids reading the book, and I flip over it. But on each page, as you take a look, I told my illustrator, hide a little snake in there, kind of a Where's Waldo thing.
Yeah. Oh, is that right?
You'll see little snakes, and the kids, when they go through it once and don't see them, then they'll be able to count. Oh. See, not only are you reading, folks, you're counting.
I bet
it's an educational experience.
And I'm being serious. I think some listeners have kids that are probably in that age at school. If they wanted you to come and read to the kids, they just go to RGO Books and they get to you that way.
Are you doing appearances?
It's you bet.
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know that.
Easy. I do a bunch of them.
God bless.
It's easy to get a hold of me. And I'm surprised how few people do. They just don't want to.
It's easy to get a hold of me.
I hand out cards. You guys have a card yet? No. I got to get you one of my cards. Anyway,
card?
Yeah, I hook up with schools. I'll read to the kindergarten, first and second grade, and they'll all come through, and then I'll answer some questions and do a little dance.
Yeah.
Here, I'm official now.
Okay.
Look at this.
There you go.
You're an author, man. Thanks, Rich.
Then the kids sit in front of them. They are captivated by the reading, and then Uncle Rich at the end says, all right, you got your mom or dad's visa? Let's go here. Let's do a little business.
Let's do that. We did learn to get some orders up front. The first reading that I did, I went down to, I think it was the Millville area, and read for a school, and it took, 2.5 hours or something to get done. And didn't sell one damn book. Not one person came up and never heard from them again. So I said, well, we're not doing that anymore.
No, you got to make it part of the deal.
If I can sell 5 to 10 books, then it's worth the trip.
It is 9:56 in St. Louis. Does Martin have some business to tend to, Jackson?
Design Air Heating.
Sponsor our email today.
Yeah, Design Air. We're talking about a 4th generation right now. St. Louis business. Rich has been around a long time. These folks have been around even longer. Design Air for all your heating and cooling needs this time of year. We're starting to transition, okay? Things are shifting. Eventually, you're going to kick that furnace. And I've done both in the last week, AC and furnace. Good idea right now. Get that tune-up before winter hits us full blast. These folks will never upsell. Going to give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees. Some folks, unfortunately, are trained to come in and upsell. Oh, you're going to need to replace that. Replace the whole darn thing. No, these folks have been doing this since 1904. Longest running TMA sponsor. How about that? Website easy to navigate. You want to set up an appointment, do the online scheduling by going to designair.net. Designair.net for all your heating and cooling needs. Again, winter hits. You don't want things breaking down at the last minute. Get the tune-up now. Work ahead. Seth Goldcamp, the entire family. Great operation. Again, designair.net. Set up your appointment online.
There it is. Sponsor our email today. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jeremy Rutherford is going to join us coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Scary moment down at the Blues game last night. We'll get his perspective on the Blues and Dylan Holloway and the comeback win with JR. And then we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day before handing it over to BK and Ferrario. Rich, it has been wonderful to spend the hour with you.
Thank you for having me. I haven't seen much of you guys lately. You don't call, you don't write, but today...
I text.
Yeah, you text, Martin, and I text. I appreciate it. It's fun to come in and chat. Thanks for plugging... that's a sore spot, Tim.
Oh, no.
My golf is, because of my back, I can't play very much. I thought I was going to play a lot in retirement. Turns out I have played less this year than 36 holes.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it's a shame.
That does suck. I hate to hear that.
It's too bad.
You love that Berry Hill.
I sure do. It's a wonderful course. Best greens in Bridgeton. Did you know that?
Was that their slogan?
Best greens in Bridgeton.
Who's number 2?
Well, I don't know that we have a second course in
I should not have drilled down. I apologize.
But they're the best greens in Bridgeton. I can, by God, guarantee it.
The great Rich Gould in for the 9 o'clock hour.
Thanks, guys.
My goodness. I'll never look at biscuits the same. Rich Gould with us here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you, the great Rich Gould. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome back. It's TMA 101 ESPN. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. But Rich Gould came in for a magical 9 o'clock hour. Jackson, first time you met Rich, legend.
Exceeded expectations.
Yeah.
I've heard the story. He's been on TMA before on the phone, but to experience him right here, telling those stories, just being himself, I feel honored to be in his presence. Truly. It's like having a comedian.
That's when you want a podcast if you missed it. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. Go back and podcast that along with Jamie Rivers, who joined us in the 8 o'clock hour, giving us his perspective. He did a hell of a job last night, along with Joey Vitale, Chris Kerber, and John Kelly, while the Dylan Holloway situation played out. Jeremy Rutherford's going to join us coming up in the 10 o'clock hour to give us his perspective and the latest. Blues with a comeback win in a really unique set of circumstances. Tribute to the boys for battling back and compartmentalizing that incredibly scary moment in the latter portions of the first period. JR with us in the 10 o'clock hour, along with the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. 100 West Dental is a loyal TMA sponsor. Dr. Brandon Pryor has been raving about the number of TMA listeners who have gone out to see him at his location on Manchester Road in Baldwin. Go get checked out with Dr. Brandon Pryor. I have been to his offices and seen it does not look like your typical dentist office. That is for sure. 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team say, hey, you don't have dental insurance? That's not a problem. The membership plan 100 West Dental offers aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. And they have a huge promotional offer for TMA listeners going on right now. You mentioned my name, you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. So if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental, 100westdental.com. Use my name, get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. Quick segment here as we catch up on our breaks from our hour with Rich Gould. Jeremy Rutherford joining us in the next segment in our 10 o'clock hour, brought to you by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. We close out our 9 o'clock hour, presented to you by the 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance Academy. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Jeremy Rutherford in studio. Next, this is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. What do we got going here, Martin? This Jackson.
Wiki? No.
Head bobbing.
There's no lyrics to it. It's just
it's an instrumental,
a little bed, just a little change up.
It's a really pleasant vibe.
Yeah.
It's kind of been a pleasant show.
Yeah.
K-Dot.
Hey, we got a treat here. Jeremy Rutherford's in studio following Rich Gould.
No treat here. No treat.
There's no treat?
Definitely not as big of a treat as Rich.
How about that?
I drove off the road when he said it's like a
biscuit.
Biscuits falling out of the can.
Oh my God!
I worked with him for
I don't know how you did that.
13 years or so because they merged Fox 2 and KPLR 11. So
duopoly.
We were in the same office, and I would tell these stories with Rich sitting here. But he was always laid back, low key. The Rams cut Orlando Pace, Torrey Holt one off season. I'm on one phone going, "Hey, Torrey, is there any way we'll come to your house?" Maurice Drummond's going, "Big man, I'm so sorry. We'd love to can you do a phone interview?" Like, everybody's on the phone. Like, can we get Pace to talk? Can we get Holt to talk? Huge news director. What's going on with our Rams coverage? And over in the corner here, I'd like to get on tomorrow for 9 holes if we can get out. And I thought, wait, what? How do I get this relaxed? Rich was always low key.
He was, and as he was talking, I was thinking back to Rich Gould days, listening to him. So I'd go out to Rams Park, and I'm 22 years old, and I'm trying to help Jim Thomas and Elizabeth Holland and these guys. And I'd say, are we gonna get Isaac Bruce today? Like, I'm 20, freaking out. Like, are we gonna get him? Are we gonna get? And Rich would go, "Hey, I don't know. We might get him. If we get him, we get him. If we don't, we don't. You know, no big deal." And so later on that night, I'd turn on the news, and they'd say, "Rich with sports," and Rich would go, "Yeah, 49ers and Rams this weekend. We were going to talk to Isaac Bruce today, but didn't get him. But they're going to play at noon on Sunday." So
he would break it down.
He showed up at spring training. He and the chief, Matt Dykman, longtime chief photographer at Channel 11. They roll into spring training. LaRusse is there. It's the day before camp, and it wasn't clear whether he would do interviews or not. And we're on that sidewalk, and Rich is there with a photographer. And Tony walks over to him. The rest of it, he just walks right by us. I'll go, "Rich, what's going on, Rich? Good to see you, my man." Like, has a little back and forth with Rich. And he said, "You want to do something?" And Rich's like, "Well, I don't care." And all of a sudden, the rest of us glob on with our cameras and our microphones. And Rich turns and walks away. And I said, "Tony, did you just come over here because you thought maybe you'd be interviewed by Rich, and now you're stuck with us?" And Rich basically got up and left. He goes, "That's Rich. That's Rich." He literally walked away, and the rest of us like, "Did you want to talk about camp? You think Braden Looper could close?"
Oh, God, he's a legend. It was great to have him in. It's wonderful to have you in. I mean, this is a program where friends feel free to drop by at any time. Joey Vitale tomorrow, and Josh Schertz will be in studio, and Andy Strickland is coming in on Friday. Doug Vaughn vacationing. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. And JR, you are presented by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies every Wednesday. That was one hell of a moment last night at Enterprise Center. Jamie Rivers gave us his perspective. What can you tell us about what we saw with Dylan Holloway?
Yeah, it was tough to see what was going on at first. You know, Saad gets high-sticked, and I'm watching the referee. He's checking out Saad, and you're trying to figure out, is it going to be 2 minutes or 4 minutes? And the referee throws up the 4. And then a couple seconds later, you see all this commotion, and the players are coming off the bench. And, you know, I'm talking to the reporters around me. "Did you see something?" "No, I didn't see anything." You see it's Holloway, and you're like, "Holloway? What's going on with him?" You know, he had been on the ice. He came off the ice. He had the full shift. I looked it up. It was another, minute 20 that he skated after getting hit by the shot down in the offensive zone. And so anyway, you find out that something's going on with him. And, you know, Ray Borelli and the staff did an outstanding job. The medics came over. But, yeah, wild scene to see a stretcher come out to the bench. And, of course, you know, nothing too new to Blues fans who kind of went through that a couple years ago with Jay Bomeister, but I think each case obviously presents its own, just kind of you're scared for what's going on. And so when they came out and said that he's stable, alert, and fine, I think everybody was excited to hear that. And from what I hear, he's perfectly fine. We may get a chance to talk to him at practice today.
Wow,
and find
really?
out what happens. So we'll see what happens with that situation.
How about that? So that means he is trending in a real positive direction.
I think so. And I think they, kind of knew that last night that, nothing residual was going to be in play here for Dylan Holloway. And that, whether he's out there today or plays Thursday against Utah, that'll be yet to be seen. But at least good news on that front.
That was the thing about Pronger when he got hit and knocked to the ice, and we thought, oh, my God, is he going to live? He played like 2 nights later. These guys are unbelievable. I mean, most people would be, Jimmy might need a month off. These guys play like right after these incidents. But hopefully for the Blues, he's going to be fine, period, because they have been just snake bit by injuries. And here's another guy who's been pretty darn good for him.
Yeah, they really have. And you look at this situation, the 2 guys you get in the offer sheets from the Edmonton Oilers, first Broberg, and then the next night it's Holloway. And so the long list here continues with Thomas and Leddy and Matthew Joseph and then Broberg and now Holloway. So, like I said, if they get him back, obviously this would be great. Another big win last night. That's what we can't forget here. You lose Broberg and you beat Toronto, so the win over Toronto kind of flies under the radar. And then last night, Holloway's the story, but you come away with another impressive win. So everybody keeps talking about, can the Blues float 500 through these next 4 or 6 weeks with the injuries? And, they're showing so far that they can stick with it.
Jeremy Rutherford in studio. We welcome your 2-part questions. He is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. The text inbox number, Air Comfort Service, is the sponsor, 314-399-9646. Talking it over with Jamie Rivers in the 8 o'clock hour. And we talking about a little bit of the identity that Drew Bannister has been raving about. We saw an indication of it with Schenn getting things going early on against the Leafs on Saturday night. More of that, as Doug calls it, sandpaper in their games. You like that, sandpaper in their games, Martin?
A little grit.
A little grit, and that's what they displayed again last night against the Lightning. And he was clear. He's not saying, hey, this is 2019 all over again, but that team exhibited toughness. It would wear teams down over the course of those playoff series. Is that something that you think the Blues are going to try to employ, especially while they're trying to navigate these injuries?
Yeah, I think so. And I asked Drew Bannister that question yesterday at the morning skate. I said, how do you keep this traction? How do you keep building off the Toronto win? Because we've seen over the years, and even this year with the Blues, that you win one, you play well, and then the next game, you're not there. You don't have that team identity that you talked about. And so he said, we just have to keep having these identity-type games. And I think we saw that again last night. More specifically, Tim, it's not the biggest deal in the world when you see everybody get involved in a scrum, but honestly, it's something that we haven't really seen from the Blues in the past couple years. Jordan Binnington gets bumped, nobody's there to address the player that bumped him, and now Ryan Suter lays a pretty good legal hit, and they come after him a little bit last night, and there's 4 Blues players there. So I think that's something that this team has been lacking, just that togetherness, and so far, at least these last few games, a little bit this season, we've seen it.
And apparently Binnington, I didn't see this play out, but after the first goal, he skated over and kind of barked at Kessel, or was he encouraging him? Do we know, or was he giving him a hard time?
Yeah, so thanks for reading the story. I wrote about that. No, I'm joking. I'm kidding.
Boy, this JR. He's...
Right. No, last night I was thinking, okay, what do I write about? We got the whole Holloway situation, but we, what did Binnington say to these guys? Because he went over to Kessel and he went over to Perunovich. So, Binnington at his locker last night, I said, hey, we saw that. What'd you say? And he said, look, I just gave him words of encouragement. Yeah, I just said, you keep being aggressive, play aggressive. And he said the same thing to Perunovich. And it was interesting because after he did that, it was one shift later, Kessel puts the shot on net, Sundqvist rebound scores, and then later on, it's Perunovich down the side, brings the puck into the zone, feeds it back to the top, and then they get in on the forecheck, and Toropchenko scored. And so those 2 players did a real good job after talking to Binnington.
That'd be a great column. Where do they find that? At The Athletic.
Exactly right. How about this from Bill Reloaded in the TMA YouTube chat? There's dueling YouTube chats. He says, JR looking cute AF today. That's from Bill Reloaded. Isn't that nice, Martin? Wow. The listeners pay compliments.
I like that. Immediate feedback. You didn't realize you can come into a radio show, you're going to be seen.
Yeah, I like the whole part except for the Bill part at the
end. Bill Reloaded.
Do you take 3-part questions or just 2?
Just 2, yeah.
Only
just 2.
2-part questions for JR.
But they're not as fun when Doug's not here.
Yeah, well, he likes to react to the proclivities that the audience will reference. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. We were talking with both Kerber and John Kelly, both calling the situation with Broberg on Saturday night. And I can't recall who said it, but somebody was thinking Joe Theismann when they saw that
Curbs,
initially. Okay. The fact that he is 4 to 6 weeks is, to me, a little bit of a concern.
Yeah,
I mean, the fact that he is 4 to 6 weeks is, to me, a little bit of a concern. I mean, the fact that he is 4 to 6 weeks is, to me, a little bit of a concern. I mean, the fact that he is 4 to 6 weeks is, to me, a little bit of a concern. I mean, the fact that he is 4 to 6 weeks is, to me, a little bit of a concern. I mean, the fact that he is 4 to 6 weeks is, to me, a little bit of a concern. I mean, the fact that he is 4 to 6 weeks is, to me, a little bit of a concern. I mean, the fact that he is 4 to 6 weeks is, to me, a little bit of a concern. I mean, the fact that he is 4 to 6 weeks is, to me, a little bit of a concern. I mean, the fact that he is 4 to 6 weeks is, to me, a little bit of a concern. I mean, the fact that he is 4 to 6 weeks is, to me, a little bit of a concern. I mean, a stunning reveal. That is just not something that I was expecting. I thought that could be, we might not see him again for a while.
Especially, Tim, when you see that leg bend like that, and then he goes to grab the knee, and then people who are down at ice level said you could hear him, kind of making, excruciating noises with what he's going through. So I was surprised next morning to hear that he was in as good a shape as you could hope for what we saw, and that it would just be 4 to 6 weeks. The part that I think that maybe doesn't get discussed as much is, look at Oscar Sundqvist. He's been through 2 ACLs, and, you got those on your record. And then, that's a long rehab, 6 months. There's a lot that goes into it. You might not be right when you come back in 6 months. So for Broberg to avoid that, granted, he's going through a knee injury here, but to avoid that and to be able to come back and whatever it is, even if it's 8 weeks, you get him back this season, he continues the development. And then, down the road, if he does have an ACL, it's not number 2. So he really avoided one here.
I said this earlier about Drew Bannister reacting last night in the moment. Also in replacing Berube, he really is the case of what you see is what you get. He's not going to be flashy. He's not going to say anything crazy, but I think he's sincere. And even when he talked about Holloway last night, he's like, here's exactly how I would equate it to a family member or a coworker gets injured. Just tell me about being around him on a day-to-day basis. He's very comfortable with who is. He's not a showman. Some of these coaches will get up there and they're just full of crap, and you know that they're lying to you. I take him as being very sincere. Whether it's a flashy or exciting answer, he's just going to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I like it. I agree with everything you said there. He's straightforward. He's to the point. He does give you something to grab onto, which I think you don't get all the time from coaches. Maybe managers, general managers don't necessarily like that all the time. I know that I remember back in the day, Ken Hitchcock, John Davidson, they'd tell Ken Hitchcock, you don't have to build the watch. Like when they ask the question, just tell them what time it is. You don't have to actually build the watch for him. So I think Bannister, I wrote a story a couple weeks ago about him where some people who have coached alongside of him, been around him, said that he's got a good commanding presence. Now, we might not necessarily see that in the interviews, but I think he has that behind the scenes. At least that's what they say. So great dealings with the media. A little bit on the quiet side. I know I talked to him one time. He said he called home to his wife and he said, am I loud enough in the interviews here? And I don't know what the response is. But sometimes I got to go home and kind of crank up the volume on that recorder.
This is kind of a number of thoughts that finalize with a question. This show is trash. F you, Jackson and Tim. F this show. Even your guests suck. Do you guys talk some relevant effing sports? I mean, this has been probably your worst GD show, and I've only listened to like 2 other full days because this is absolutely torture. Get on with the effing past and move into this GD present, you effing idiots. Here's the question. JR, why waste your time coming on JR gets a question. Show?
There's a question at the end of that.
But I think it was only a one-part question.
That was just a one-part.
Well, then I'm not going to take it.
And I have to say, I was excluded, so I have no problem with the entire take. The entire take is fine with me.
Do we feel obligated to answer this question after all that?
I think you should spend a good few minutes on it. Part 1 from Buzz, caller Buzz Milagro Tequila, listener of the month of June 2023. JR, can you describe what Lee Stepniak smelled like? Part 2, also of the Blue Scores 7, we do a promo where boys can rub bellies with you at the following home game. That's caller Buzz.
Yeah, at least
Martin just made a sound.
Well, I wasn't sure if the microphone was going to weigh in or not. The buzz. I believe the buzz is gone.
Nice job, Jackson.
Good job. I didn't do a thing.
See, it was Craig, I believe, who came in.
Shout out to Craig.
Yeah, Lee Stepniak, a little bit of mixture of, it was like pumpkin, you throw your pumpkin away in the trash can,
sure.
some coffee grounds are dumped on top, kind of a mixture of the two. Yeah.
Roman Turek's locker was fragrant.
That equipment is, that's brutal.
That's hockey equipment. America. I remember when young JR came down to a school in Jeffco to do a story on the girls' basketball team and wanted to wheel the coach, Bill in Jeffco. Yes, my name is really Bill. Sorry, my name isn't as flashy as Jeremy. What the hell is this?
Take that, JR.
Was there a question?
No, it's just an observation and an anecdote.
Do you remember going down to Jeffco to do a story on a girls' basketball team?
I don't, and I'm assuming that my wheeling efforts were not reciprocated. I do remember, you write so many articles, same with you, where you deal with so many people in the St. Louis area, from a media perspective. I had a few cocktails one night, and I think I walked into White Castle there on Lindbergh at about 1:30ish.
Very nice, right
something.
there at Lindbergh and Tesson Ferry?
Yeah,
Sure.
And I hear something like a guy behind the counter, kid behind the counter. Maybe I wrote something. He said, Rutherford Suburban Journal or Post Dispatch. I just turned right around, knowing that I was going to blow a 2.1 in that place. I turned around and walked out. Like, I can't be seen.
Stories
after
from
coming
the
home
White
from
Castle in
Mississippi
South
Nights.
County. All right, we got one more for you here. If Holloway is out for a bit, do we see Dalibor? Also, what's a better lubricant, the hot dog grease from Joe Louis or the nacho cheese from MSG? That's John Lithgow's Harry Henderson texting.
I don't think we'll see Dalibor. Like I said, I think there's a good chance Holloway's in the clear, and we should see him, if not today, soon. And Dalibor, they want to keep him playing in the minor leagues. I think he's starting to play better, but still a little raw, and they want to get him going. And I'm pretty good for this. What was the second part?
The better lubricant question was the grease from Joe Louis Arena or the nacho cheese from MSG.
Yeah, so let's go Joe Louis Arena, and that was the pizza they had there at Little Caesars.
Little Caesars, Mike Ilitch.
Right? And I'll never forget, I got this pet peeve. Like, if the pizza's sitting right there, you can just grab a piece or two. You don't need to grab like 4 of them, right? Because you can walk back up there and get another one. But the one time that I grabbed five pieces, I'm on that fifth piece, and Kelly Chase is at the table.
I was hoping Kelly Chase happened to be present.
And he sits next to me, and he looks and he goes, and I'm having trouble finishing that fifth piece. And he looks at me and he goes, buddy, you don't have to finish it. You don't have to finish it.
He had waited until you got to the fifth piece to add his thoughts.
And then we were in Pittsburgh one time, and I was doing a radio show. Reed Lowe was back here in St. Louis. We were on the air. I was coming from Pittsburgh live, and he said, let me guess, you got some nacho cheese on your shirt. And son of a gun, if I didn't look down and there was a dripping.
Boy, these Blues alumni, they are very observant, even when they're not present. That's Jeremy Rutherford. You can read his column at theathletic.com. A guest here on TMA, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark is online at evergreenstl.com. 314-889-0503. I promise you this. If you give Mark Hanna a call, you will feel better getting off the phone after talking to him. That's just kind of the impact he has on people. He cares about you individually and doesn't have a one-size-fits-all plan for people's finances. The thing I would tell people, if I really regret in my 20s not having a financial advisor, and Mark says this, hey, if you're not going to use me, that's fine. Just make sure you get a financial advisor. It's so important. He is a wonderful person. He knows the industry. He brings you Jeremy Rutherford every Wednesday here on TMA. He's online at evergreenstl.com, or you can give him a call at 314-889-0503. JR, thanks so much for the time, brother.
Thank you, guys. You got Martin till 11 today?
Martin till 11. He doesn't have a thing.
No, I got a thing.
No!
Remember 10:30-ish.
I know.
I actually have to fill out a lot of form. I'm still onboarding.
Onboarding at Hubbard.
And I can't get anything to open. You know how Rich's AM radio doesn't work? None of my internets work.
And Jackson's blocked you from the dossier, so you got a few different issues.
Drew from IT is going to hook me up here.
Drew's good people.
Shortly.
He'll take good care of you.
So I think JR and I walk out together. It's a two-part walkout.
Two-part walkout.
There we go.
Two-part walkout.
Martin Kilcoyne, Jeremy Rutherford, they're shutting it down. Jackson and I and Chairman Kurt will stick around for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day and Jackson's Wide Berth Wednesday questions.
Yeah.
Wow. Big. That's all coming your way here on TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN. Wow, what's going on here? What is our 8th show on 101? I mean, not Balloon Party.
Yeah.
3 years of glory, but you're getting Bill Withers here.
Well, I figured because we're kind of back to our Balloon Party roots. It's 10:30. We're late.
Kind of excluding Chairman Kurt a little bit.
And it's just the two of us.
Yeah, and Chairman Kurt doesn't like it. So you feel more comfortable now that Martin is not here and Doug's in the Hamptons at your parents' place?
No, I'm always uncomfortable.
Welcome back. It's Balloon Party Tribute. Timothy, Michael, McKernan, Jackson Burkett. I'm including Chairman Kurt. He's taking your phone calls, Collier and Thompson phone lines. We haven't taken one today, have we? We had Jamie Rivers on the phone, but we had Rich Gould in studio for the 9 o'clock hour. Major recommendation for that. Jeremy Rutherford with us as well. Go back and podcast. Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app here on 101. You can watch the program. 2 different YouTube channels. If you don't like the TMA chat, try the 101 ESPN chat. Maybe you don't like the 101 ESPN chat. Try the TMA chat. They're kind of different flavors. It's all on YouTube as we broadcast on 101 ESPN. And you can go back and podcast and enjoy the program as Jamie Rivers and Jeremy Rutherford gave us their perspective on what took place last night with Dylan Holloway in the Blues 3-2 victory. And Rich Gould gave us his perspective on life in the 9 o'clock hour.
Which was lovely.
Oh, what a legend. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is how you can email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. And just call on in. Chairman Kurt will answer right away. 314-974-0101. Keith from the 101 chat is not a fan. He is either a Redditor or Willie Greenseats. That's from coaches John and Dean Ellis. I gather that's the TMA YouTube chat you have up in the studio?
That's correct.
All right. Well, we're trying to win them over one by one, right, Jackson?
Brick by brick.
Today is a Wide Berth Wednesday, a Ween Wednesday, and a Withers Wednesday on TMA. Jackson, what is our question? We've talked a lot of Blues. Why don't we go college footballing or baseball?
We haven't really talked in depth about the college football rankings, which did drop last night. Any thoughts, any surprises, and how valuable is that 5 spot? You were talking about that in the past couple weeks. That 5 spot seems like better than any other spot you could be outside the buys.
It absolutely is. I'm telling you, mark my words, that whenever the time comes, I believe it's Sunday morning, December 8th, I think it is, December 8th or 9th, when they will have the college football playoff reveal for the official bracket, all hell is going to break loose. Mark my words. All hell is going to break loose. And one of the things that now Jackson is observing, and I can't recall which college football analyst was making this comment, and his thought process was there's a good chance that Penn State this was 2 weeks ago, good chance that Penn State winds up at 5 because he already had them at 11-1. They'll lose to Ohio State. They did. And they will win the rest of their games, and their schedule is weak the rest of the way. They won't be in the Big Ten championship game, and they will be sitting in the 5 seed hosting the Group of 5 team at Happy Valley, and then they get to play, more importantly, the 4 seed. Yep. And the 4 seed is probably going to be weaker than 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
You can make the argument. Right now, as it stands, BYU is in that 4 spot. They've beaten, like Kansas State. They beat
Penn State's a 6 to 9 point favorite over BYU in a neutral site.
Would agree, but then you see like Indiana at 9. Like that's one where you could maybe be like, all right, maybe BYU is better than Indiana. They at least have shown us that they can beat teams that are more competent. But either way, you're either getting the ACC or the Pac or Big 12 champion right there. You take that all day over having a second round matchup with Oregon, Miami, Georgia, Texas, any of those teams.
So as it stands right now, the Big 12 has 1 team, the ACC. 1 team. Oregon at 1, Ohio State at 2. When talking with ESPN last night regarding Georgia being at 3 as opposed to Ohio State, the thought process being judging the closer loss versus the better win. So Ohio State's 1 loss is a really close one that may have been 1 play and maybe a mismanagement at the time by Will Howard at Eugene from Ohio State winning at Oregon, whereas Georgia was getting blown off the field before coming back in Tuscaloosa, but they have the better win in beating Texas at Austin versus Ohio State's win over Penn State at Happy Valley. Either way, it isn't going to matter because Ohio State and Oregon both can't be 1 and 2. When the bracket comes out, only one of them can be in the top 4. So as right now, Georgia would be the 2 seed in the bracket. Miami would be the 3 seed, even though they're ranked 4th behind Georgia at 3. And then BYU would be seeded 4th because they would be the Big 12 champion as this currently stands. Of course, all of this is going to change. Jackson, if there is one team that's in the top 12 right now that you think will not be in there when it's all said and done, and you could bet your bankroll on it, who is it going to be?
I feel like the brand thing.
I've got two that I feel real good about, and I'm happy to wager with you. You've embargoed wagering with me. You've lifted that embargo. Let me get in that Venmo ass.
My first inclination is one Big Ten team has to go. And if I had to say which Big Ten team would go, I will say Indiana. As it pains me to say. I really like watching Indiana. I think Kurt Signetti can ball. But
so do you expect them to lose another game other than Ohio State?
Maybe not, but if things get really tight.
Do you think 11-1 Indiana with only one loss at Ohio State's going to be kept out of this
Probably
tournament?
not, but they wouldn't have a...
You're the one who said it. I can play it back for you. Mike Ryder has the audio.
Maybe Bama.
So we're just going to start naming teams.
Well, it's so hard because I can't see the schedule of all these teams. Like,
is our internet down?
No, I can't have 12 team schedules up at the same time.
I do.
Oh, okay. Well, what's your answer to that question, Tim?
I've got 2 answers. Alabama isn't going to be in because they're going to lose at LSU, and Tennessee's not going to be in because they're going to lose to Georgia. Are we in agreement, Chairman? You just fist
that's
pumped?
exactly what I was going to say. I think Bama's run comes to
BS.
BS.
No. Honestly,
what's it like not having Martin here to protect you?
No, Alabama. Tide's going to lose in Baton Rouge this weekend. Tennessee's going to lose at Georgia on the 16th, and 2 SEC teams
Welcome to the club.
Knocked out.
I offer you my protection.
Did you see? Also, they're doing a Marlon Brando biopic,
and Billy Zane is playing the role.
And he looks outstanding.
From Titanic.
He looks outstanding, and Napoleon Dynamite's like his manager.
Billy Zane has been pulling off the shaved head now for a quarter century.
Yeah, and doing
he
it
goes
well.
with the glasses. Maybe I should go with the glasses.
I like
and the
your
bald
readers.
Head. Yeah, I like my readers.
Yeah.
They're right here. Here's my reader case.
Ooh, that's so darling.
Yeah, what a dainty thing. How can I get less hot? Put on some readers. What an effing mess this is. Jackson, are you mad that Notre Dame is number 10? Not only because they lost to Northern Illinois, but because it's Irish Catholic.
They have played so much better than I thought they could play that I am kind of changing my tune on that because they have played, like that game against Navy, they were so dominant. And I know it's Navy, but Navy was undefeated going to that game. They were a legit good team. So I have more respect for Notre Dame. I understand them going in. If they do go in, they have just played exponentially better than we saw against even A&M. So respect.
Team that's not in the top 12 that you think will get into the top 12. Team that's not in the top, for the record, SMU is 13, A&M's 14, LSU is 15, Ole Miss is 16, Iowa State 17, Pitt 18, K-State 19, Colorado 20, Washington State 21, Louisville. I was kind of surprised by that one. Louisville being 22. Clemson 23, Missouri at 24, Army 25, undefeated Army.
I want to say A&M because they could still win against Texas. That would be a signature win, but they're so inconsistent. I don't know if Connor Wegman's good or bad ever.
I don't know if he's going to play.
Yeah, exactly. If we're operating that LSU can beat Bama, I'll take LSU. Brian Kelly.
Boo hiss. All right.
I don't want it.
No, I hate to say it, but that's what I was going to pick.
Yeah.
And I got to be honest with everybody here. LSU hosts Alabama this weekend. It's a 6:30 p.m. kick. Then they're at Gainesville, at home against Vanderbilt, and then at home against Oklahoma.
Yeah.
That's my reasoning.
Yeah,
I think they beat Alabama. I'm just not convinced on Alabama. I'm just not convinced on
They're also
Alabama.
inconsistent.
As bad as Missouri's offense looked, you know, it's a very forgettable game because the defense was keeping them in check before Drew Pine just decided to give them some gifts. That would be my play. If you want a value play, is anybody interested in a value play? Colorado.
Ooh.
Colorado.
Yeah, they got
Colorado.
They got kind of nobody left on their schedule.
That's the reason. And then what if they go in and they win the Big 12 championship and Deion Sanders is sitting at 4 and he goes up against the Texas Longhorns?
Oh, my God.
The 5 seed. How do you do?
That's a good, I like that play a lot.
What about SMU?
SMU, I think, is a good play, too. SMU, LSU, and Colorado. Colorado isn't one I necessarily would say is likely, but is it 20 and the value you can get on that?
Yeah.
That would be a play.
BYU beat SMU. I don't know how that factors into it, but that's
SMU's got Boston College, Virginia, and Cal left. And them in Miami, they may put up 100 points total in the ACC championship game.
At this point, it's like almost a lock that those two are going to play each other. Yeah. I enjoy it. It's such a shame. I mean, listen, hey, Missouri being at 24, I love seeing it because I can kind of con myself into believing that they can still get there. But for real, I can't give it even more than a percentage point of a likelihood. I just don't know how it can happen. It's a shame that on their schedule, there isn't anybody left that would give them one of those notable wins. And the reality is, I think South Carolina could be one of the best teams in the SEC, as crazy as it sounds. But because they wound up losing that tight game to LSU, and because they wound up not being able to complete the comeback in Tuscaloosa, their record will not give Missouri the validation they would need should they be able to pull that game off in Columbia a week from Saturday. And I'm talking about Columbia, South Carolina. Tim McKernan, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt has exited the studios. You're welcome to email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is my insurance agent. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. Look him up on Google. You'll see 394 5-star reviews, and he joins us right now. James, I don't know if you were listening to the college football breakdown there. You got any hope for Missouri leaping from 24 into the college football playoff?
I mean, maybe if Drew Pine just turns into Kurt Warner all of a sudden, they beat teams by 30 points for 4 weeks straight, maybe. But I would allocate a 0.001% chance of that.
Okay, I think that's the right number. That's actually the accurate number. There it is.
The team that I think is kind of finding their stride maybe is Ole Miss. Did you see that spread for Ole Miss and Georgia?
What is the number?
2.5. They're only a 2.5-point dog.
Wow. Well, Lane Kiffin is going to be putting up style points the rest of the way, should he still be in the mix after this weekend, as he certainly did this past weekend in Fayetteville.
Yeah, you would think Josh Heupel would try to do so as well, but with that offense right now, I don't think they're capable of putting up style points. But we could put up some style points on your bank account by saving you guys some money out there on your car, your home, your life insurance. If your insurance isn't already with a good buddy or with State Farm, give us a chance. Go to carltoninsurance.net, call or text 314-961-4800, and within moments we can find out how much we can save you, again, on your car, home, life insurance, carltoninsurance.net.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues win last night 3-2 over the Tampa Bay Lightning. Off day today. They take on the Utah Hockey Club tomorrow right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, 10 o'clock hour, which will feature the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What a program today. Jamie Rivers and Jeremy Rutherford talking Blues. Rich Gould in for the 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance. If you missed that, major recommendation to go back and podcast, which you can do via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. Jackson, favorite moment from today's program? Go.
Rich Gould, the biscuit line.
Yeah, the recovering alcoholic from Webster Groves, Belleville, Webster Groves, offered him his wife, as he is one to do. He does so with me and Michael Wellington, and certainly I appreciate that. Offered his wife to Rich Gould, and Rich Gould said that despite Martin's wonderful read for Mentality, that wouldn't be able to help him, and then made an analogy to a biscuit opening up one of those little canisters.
Yeah, Pillsbury.
Pillsbury, yeah, I think a new sponsor of the program. Great to have them on board as well. Yeah, that was outstanding.
Rich is just great, man. He's so funny. He was like my dad. I just talked about yesterday. Is recovering from hip surgery. He's feeling a lot better, and but he's listening live. And I know for a fact he texted me how big of a smile Rich Gould being on for a whole hour. And so to that, I mean, that's worth everything to me.
I told Rich this. I said we have a bunch of texts here saying people want him to come in or be full-time. And he said, no, I'm not interested. So what about maybe just every once in a while?
You have my number. We got his card.
My number.
We got
have his card.
Little phallic, if I had to be honest.
You know what? I'm glad you said that. Here, I'm going to hold the card up. Oh, does it have his phone number? Yeah,
you can use that thumb.
Yeah, I don't know how to use my thumb. I have a tiny little pincer. But look at the card. On
little phallic.
That's immediately what I thought.
I thought so too.
Like if I was with a therapist and they go, first thing you see, and I go,
test,
wow, that's a scrotum. I mean, there's really not even a question about it. But hey, you know, he's got a book, and the book is there's a snake down there. I'm holding that up as well for our YouTube viewers on the 101 ESPN channel and the TMA STL channel. Subscribe to youtube.com/TMA STL. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. Doug Vaughn is on vacation the rest of the week. This was always scheduled. We didn't know we were going to be starting whenever the hell we started, last Monday, October 28th. He was scheduled to go to a family wedding out in Southern California. So that's where Doug is, and he's going to tell you about our email of the day sponsor, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Doug Vaughn here for Design Air Heating and Cooling. Seth Goldcamp is the man to my house, and some of his workers have been out there as well, working on my furnace and air conditioner. You know, you have this stuff long enough, a furnace, air conditioner, they don't just run perfectly forever, and you're going to need somebody to take care of it. And Design Air are the people that you need to call. They've been in business since 1904, and they are proudly the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They're best known for their honesty and going way above and beyond. They're also very quick on the draw. You call them, they will be out to your house super quick. They never upsell you. They'll always give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees, and they do take their reputation very, very seriously. Their website is easy to navigate and convenient. They've got online scheduling there for all of your heating and cooling needs. Choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. Find them online at designair.net. That's designair.net.
All right, there it is. Design Air, sponsor of our email today, which is coming up in our final segment. That's next here on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. TMA 101 ESPN. What a program today. Jamie Rivers in the 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. Rich Gould in the 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance. And Jeremy Rutherford in studio with us in the Munganess St. Louis Acura Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour. This program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and now it is time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Ow! Morning. I was put in the filtered file yesterday, and that's a cold, lonely place to be. You filtered him out, Chairman Kurt.
Yeah, he didn't make the cut yesterday.
Good on you.
Wow, Jackson. Single syllables never swing, except when that syllable is Tim, because the man is incredible. But this email is about how rainstorms remind me of the first time I witnessed a man kiss another man's naughty parts. We were all camping in my buddy Gus's backyard when a heck of a storm came rolling through. Darn thing put out our fire we had all worked so hard to build. We went scampering into our tents with Gus's dad following my other buddy Butchie into his. As the Coleman propane lantern lit up the tent, we could all see the silhouette of his giant beer belly.
Been there.
It was a real turn-on for all of us. Then we all heard Butchie screaming in both ecstasy and pain. Mr. Montgomery had Butchie's drenched body on his back and went to town. Turned out Mr. Montgomery must have been part Scotch because he was a hard liquor, resulting in a stream of mixture of melted s'mores. His juice is dripping out of the pup tent entrance. It's from a gentleman with the last name of Wackhair, and his first name is Peter.
Pete.
Welcome to the show. I like this Martin. He's kind of cute. I'd like to play with him. Like my own little flute. My boyfriend's out of town. I'm free as can be. Pointer, index, forefinger, 5, him, 1, 2, 3. That's from Promiscuous Paul.
Good name, Promiscuous Paul.
Why should the listeners stick around for TMA all morning when the host can't even stomach 4 full hours? Look around the room. Doug's gone, and I wouldn't be surprised if he never comes back. Martin straight up abandons the show every day and refuses to stick around, even when you're shorthanded. Who does that leave? An uppity film snob, a gambling addict, and a Mizzou apologist. You guys brag about election data on your magic wall, but it's really just a 2017 Dell desktop computer covered in leftover salt and smoke crumbs. Kansas City's finest radio show, Cody and Gould, would never dream of producing such a lousy product. Oh, by the way, I created a sign-up sheet for the TMA 101 potluck mixer. I'm bringing 10 White Castle Crave cases and 30 gallons of baked beans, which should hold us over until supper. I can't wait to meet caller Janet and loyal listener Chris. You remember him, right? He was the fellow who sounds exactly like the porta potty guy that called in yesterday to criticize the Cardinals for not playing enough small ball in the middle of your riveting conversation about slide tackling each other. When I feed Chris some of my famous creamy coleslaw at the potluck mixer, he won't be so concerned with small ball. He'll have something much bigger to worry about. Wink, wink. That's from the JV golf coach.
I quickly want to amend my favorite moment. It was when Martin said Doug's flying to L.A. to gloat.
That's what he's doing. He's meeting with some Californians today.
Probably.
And finally, where's Doug? Oh, he's been up all night partying and snoring rails off Sarah Palin's carpet? Well, that's okay because we got Mr. Marquette, and he's going to break down that never-ending Cal May Butch Patrick story that Tim asked about yesterday after Martin was already in the process of trying to wrap up the interview. For as much as I miss Iggy and his uncanny ability to turn any topic into either a deep dive on one of his sexual conquests or one of his various beefs with his neighbors, Ned Reynolds or Cheryl Swoops, Martin is the best in the business and a true 5-tool broadcaster. He can tell stories. He can do voices like Tim's dad or John Hadley. And most importantly, he brings an irreverent condescension towards this presentation that's been lacking ever since evil David Letterman left the program. Martin's even lining up guests. We got Rich Gould waiting, and I want to talk some Eagles football. Fortunately or unfortunately, Rich wants to know who Martin pushed out to get this gig before asking if Iggy's dead. Perfect. Great to have Martin stick around for the last hour, as the show does tend to fall apart once Martin bolts, when Libby Jack steers the show down a dead end with some nothing burger story about Rich and Dutcher that nobody outside of Boston cares about.
And I was asked about it like I had studied it for 4 years.
You provided the audio on the dossier.
That's fair.
We need Martin here to roast him while steering the show back on track. But yesterday, Martin was missed when Libby Jack got confused about the number of active former St. Louis Rams, despite being the one guy who lived and died with the Fisher-era Rams.
It's true.
Nor was Martin able to roast Libby Jack for floating an asinine, long-winded, yet basic question that needlessly tied in Joker 2 in The Irishman.
Yep.
Perhaps we can convince Rich Gould to come out of retirement and fill in when Martin has a thing. That's assuming Uncle Rich is not on trial for murdering Cree Craig with that Checker Dome story. That's from Buck Swope. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What you got?
Buck Swope held the mirror up, and he held it up well. I'm going Buck Swope.
Chairman Kurt, you get a vote today.
He went after you, Jackson. I don't like it. JV golf coach.
I'm going with Buck Swope. Buck Swope is on the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Hey, EDF, a loyal sponsor of this program for a good long while, and you want to support the EDF sponsor. The EDF Group is a sponsor of TMA. Well, it's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. Miss anything? Go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn out on vacation. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.